Wait a minute. Is my freaking chat screwed up? Oh. I think I messed up the chat. Gosh darn it. I was so good. Hi. Hi. Frick. Okay, I broke the stream. Whoops. Well, I guess I'm just gonna be living with losing. Like this is my life now. This is the cross that I bear. I never actually, fun fact, I didn't actually announce on the Discord. I just forgot. This is our we live in a empire of sin and ashes, embers floating through an uncaring breeze. Lo and behold, we still burn, even as the tempest rages. The fire never dies. Live now. Again. And whatcha? Yeah, chat's just I think that it doesn't like the fact that I made a second chat and then immediately started streaming. So that's inconvenient. That sucks. That's awkward. I guess we have a second chance to do a high wave. Hi everyone. Chat is not working. Let me check something real quick. As everyone files back in, I'm gonna check my Oh my gosh, I was setting up my monitor the other day. What? I have the what the frick? Holy heck. I can't even check that. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do the most like scuffed thing. You wanna see this? This is not gonna be pretty. I'm going to warn you right now. This is not going to be pretty. This is going to be a little disgusting, actually. And you're not going to like it, but this is what it's going to have to be. Okay? You have to bear with me. Oh, gosh. Oh, it's hideous. It's gross. No, get out here. Please. And then I just put you there. And then I do that. And then I put you there. Oh gosh, it's disgusting. Temporary measures are always the worst. And I'll just put you like there. It's fine. That's as good as we're gonna get. Anyway, now you have your chat, you can't complain. You are legally not allowed to complain about that. So, hi, welcome back everyone. If you don't know, I'm Arrow Writes. I'm a TTRPG VTuber. I talk TTRPGs, even if I don't want to. Even if I find it within myself that it'd be not convenient to do so, I can't help but mention a TTRPG. Brennan Lee Mulligan stream announcement. You say that like I'm not a writer. You say that like I haven't been doing that for like 10 years. You say that like Brennan Lee Mulligan has a monopoly on monologues, which he might be monofibrous in his molecular makeup. But I am also capable of such eloquent soliloquies. Even though, technically speaking, this is not a soliloquy by any stretch of the imagination, because this is not only for an audience, but it's also in front of an audience. Start a Q&A. Arrow, answer a question good. How long did I last? The stream says half an hour. The timer says 20 minutes. Yeah. My name is Arrow, and I have an addiction. My vice of choice. Bro, are those freaking, like, Chinese characters? What the frick? Sorry, the resolution on the OBS chat window is so little. Like, I thought this was a different... What if I just do this? I go like, whatcha, right? What if I do like that? What if I make it whatcha? Whatcha? Like, this is not legible. Who thought this was a good idea? Why would you ever design it this way? I don't like this. I want my chat to just be working. I don't want my chat to have to be broken. I don't like having to fix a broken chat. It's too difficult. 2024 and then 13 seconds. Okay, what I will say, I had a bit planned. Where I was like on a razor's edge. I had the the impetus to be like, guys, I'm not going to talk about TTRPGs. Ah, frick. And then like instantly end stream. That was my goal. That was what I was thinking. What I did not plan on doing was saying, oh, I as a personal pronoun, you use those in TTRPGs. That one was an actual slip up. That one was actually me just being silly. Arrowhead impotence? No. I am not impotent, nor am I indolent. I am important. Yeah, rip Tim Curry. He's off in the one place untouched by capitalism. Yeah. Why is chat so small? Don't worry about it. Does the Q&A last stream pass over, or was it banished? It was banished. I have no idea what the previous Q&A was. So if you have questions that you put in like 20 minutes ago, just ask them again. Totally fine. And you're gay. Yeah. Listen, if you're in my community, you probably love mechs. You're probably autistic. You might be trans, and you're probably gay. Like, I'm not saying that because that's the atmosphere I cultivate. In fact, I actively push against the idea of this being like a trans space, right? Or an autistic space, or like a neurodivergent space. I push against those things because I want everyone to be welcome here. And I want this to be a space that does welcome trans folk and queer folk and like autistic folk and neurodivergent folk. But I don't want it to be a space that people feel is exclusive to them. There are other spaces which are exclusive to them. This is a space about TTRPGs. This is a tolerant and friendly space. This is not a space reserved for individuals. That being said, I recognize that like 70-80% of you, if not more, you do not need to call me out on literally all of those. What, so autistic, gay, trans, into mechs? As a guy who's not most of those things, I still feel welcome. Yay, that's the goal. Because like, listen, I know a lot of people will be like, oh yeah, because we need more male spaces. Like, I'm not gonna lie, we kind of do. And that's kind of like a silly thing to say when you don't have any context, but like, there needs to be more spaces that are open to people who otherwise would either isolate themselves or otherwise radicalize. And I'm not saying this like this, that's like a goal that I have here. I just kind of recognize the value of this is because, for instance, if you have a young man who, let's say, is like 17 to 21 and he is insecure about his appearance and his main exposure to other people is people who don't like him at school because he's kind of weirdo and like 4chan and Reddit, you're probably going to get an incel. And he's probably going to join the manosphere and he's probably going to go down a pipeline. Just statistically speaking. Meanwhile, if you have that same like 17 to 21-year-old young man, and he's also isolated in school, but then he has access to, for instance, the Arrow community, where he can hop in and he can just be like, hey, I like mechs, but like, I'm not a trans lesbian. And then people don't immediately accuse him of being like, oh, well, you're just an egg. Then like, he might feel welcome, and then he might feel safe, and then he might feel like comfortable learning more about himself. And then boom, he lives a more fulfilling life because he's with people that aren't weirdo. Ace, Arrow, undiagnosed, into mechs, and my gender is whatever is funniest in the moment. Well, that's at least one thing. Socializing is healthy. Socializing is healthy. It's also really scary, but that's okay, because if it wasn't scary, would it even be worth it? Like, okay. Talking about losing. This was a spur of the moment decision. I don't have anything prepped. A lot of times, like when I have a stream title, I do like in recent times, like in the past like 6 months, I've actually started like, okay, what am I going to talk about? Let me go over like what points I want to make. Like let me run through this and actually what I want to talk about. Losing. I was expecting to last a little longer. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little embarrassed. I got too excited too quickly, and I just did not have the stamina to keep going. And that is embarrassing. It was my first time. So please don't judge me, right? As an X-Man, yeah, toxic masculinity is horrid. It needs to be fixed bad. I mean, the thing about toxic masculinity is that it's one of those things where explanation, and this is not just toxic masculinity, it's also a lot of things. Explanation does not equal justification. Where the explanation behind why so many young men like fall into a pipeline of like hating women and blaming minorities and like all of this like terrible, awful stuff, that is explained by this thing called the male loneliness epidemic. But that does not justify it, right? That does not make it okay. That does not mean that like, oh, they should be forgiven for the harm that they have inflicted purely by virtue of like, oh, well, they're also suffering too. Yeah, you're making other people suffer more. Like that being like an explanation as to why you're a jerk does not excuse you from being a jerk. It means that you might find people who are more willing to work with you. You might find people who are more willing to put up with you being a jerk to try and help you stop being a jerk because I get where you're coming from. But it doesn't mean that like you stop being a jerk. You're still a jerk. And in the same token, like the male loneliness epidemic, I would say, is real. Asterisks. Please stop bringing it up only in response to other issues. Like this is probably my biggest issue with this, is that the male loneliness epidemic is real. There are legitimately a lot of circumstances where particularly young men don't socialize. They're not socially accepted. They really struggle to actually have connection and fulfillment. And so they end up going down a pipeline and they end up being really aggressive and they end up being really hateful, where their hate is effectively projection from the way they feel about themselves. However, a lot of people only talk about this when we bring up the issues that women face in the workplace. Well, that doesn't matter because men are going through stuff. Okay, what have you done to try and solve this? Nothing. I'm just going to bring this up anytime anyone brings up anything else because you're trying to distract from the real issue, which is the male loneliness epidemic. Like, no, two people can be suffering at the same time from different things, and that does not mean we should not try to help both of them. But that does mean that one of them has the talking stick. And you are actively trying to snatch the talking stick out of the hands of other people, and then you get upset when people don't hand you the talking stick. This is what we teach toddlers, right? There's the age-old "I had it hard" / was abused, so why shouldn't everyone else? Yeah, and that's literally just like the cycle. Which 1,000 Exorcist. I'm playing through 1,000 Exorcist over on Twitch. We played through the first 2 chapters on Saturday. We're going to continue on this upcoming Saturday. I mean, that's kind of related right there. Generational abuse. That's textbook whataboutism. Yeah, it's textbook whataboutism. And the issue with that is that at the very least with like standard whataboutism, it's a real issue that you're actually trying to solve. I am very passionate about dogs. I love dogs. Dogs are very cute. I want more good things to happen about dogs. You say, man, I really think we should start an initiative to help young kids that like are below the reading level get up in reading level. And then I say, well, what about the dogs? Why aren't you helping the dogs? Like, yeah, it's good to help the dogs, but also like, we should probably also help these kids that are below the reading level. Like it's no correlation. Oh, so you hate waffles. Exemplified. And the thing about that is like the classic whataboutism is that I genuinely do care about dogs. I'm actively trying to help dogs. I see you putting your efforts towards other groups as a threat to the work I'm doing. With like the male loneliness epidemic, it's not even that. It's just people being silly. Sorry, didn't mean to cause issue. No, you're good. Is the talking stick a boomstick? No. It's a tough trap in part because a lot of folks in the incel pipeline are desperately interested in self-betterment as they're convinced by the wrong things. Listen. I'm gonna be so real with you. If you have a friend who is trying, generally a young man, but also femmes, if you have anyone who is interested in women, ask them, who are you asking for advice on talking to women? And most of the time they'll say like, oh yeah, I'm talking to my friends, or I'm listening to like this podcast, or blah, blah, blah. And then just ask them, which of them are a woman? And then if they're just like, oh no, well, like, I'm not asking like for girl stuff, I'm asking like, so I can pick them up, right? I'd say, okay. So if someone was trying to pick you up, do you think they would get good advice by listening to women make guesses about what you want? And then if they're misogynist enough, they'll be like, no woman would know what I want. And then you say, okay, so like you should learn from women in order to pick up women. And then what they do, and this is the neat part, is that then if they actually follow through with that, then they start having a connection to a woman in their life that is not them just trying to see them as an object and try to sleep with them. Therefore, they end up like not objectifying women as much. And then by trying to objectify women, they end up objectifying women less. That is the goal. Now, does that happen all the time? No, that rarely happens, because a lot of the time they just like dig in their heels, whatever. Have you considered addressing the lack of rad dudes epidemic? Listen, we need more rad dudes. I would go so far as to say we need more radical dadicals. We need more fathers that are absolutely just like sick nasty with it, right? Hang 10, go like, what's up? You know? We need the cool father that when he catches you skateboarding through the neighborhood, he'll just give you a look and he'll just like say, well, I didn't see anything, and turn away from you and go back to his grill. That's what we need more of. Radical Dadical is really good. Have you never heard that before? But they bring a woman on the show. Does the woman look comfortable? I must say, I don't think I've ever listened to like a Manosphere podcast or watched one. Like I haven't even watched like Joe Rogan, right? And so I can't speak with any degree of firsthand or I guess secondhand information about like what women on those podcasts act like. I've only seen clips, and they almost always seem uncomfortable. We just need people to hate each other less. Yeah, exactly. Or that sounds like an argument equivalent of sneaking your dog his pills and peanut butter. Yes. Okay. Sneaking pills and peanut butter. The rhetorical equivalent of this is working towards getting someone something they want that is framed in such a way. See, for instance, if I said that right there, I would have lost in had mode because framed. If it is framed in such a way to get them what they want, that will actually lead them to an inverse outcome. If you're an incel, you presumably want to objectify and sleep with women. Therefore, I'm going to set you up. I'm going to try and get you to a point where you can objectify women more via the vector of talking to a woman, which will naturally make you objectify them less, because even if like she blows you off, even if she's not down to like actually give you advice, you're not approaching her as someone I want to sleep with. You're approaching her as someone to get advice from, and you do not get advice from objects. I guess some people do with like AI, but like most people, like even them, they tend to personify and anthropomorphize the thing that they're talking to. And is it ideal to anthropomorphize a person that you objectified? No. It's better to just not objectify them in the first place. But that is a step in the right direction from just objectification. Make sure the stream lasts. Ooh, can't promise that. Genuinely not being able to add to the rad dude population was one of my regrets from transitioning. Thankfully, my friend trans the other way to homeostasis. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So, I mean, I can talk TTRPGs now, but do I like give in, or do I talk about losing? Because I feel like we need to talk about losing in TTRPGs, and the fact in particular that losing in TTRPGs is not mechanically bad, is not narratively bad, but has bad mouthfeel, you know? Why? Because it's a game, and most people are conditioned that you don't lose games. Now, if you are in a game of Lancer and it's a sit rep where you have to defend a location for 6 rounds as enemies are approaching, and the enemies manage to destroy the thing you were defending, that can lead to some interesting narrative consequences, if the narrative accounts for that. Which in most home games it will, because in most home games it's the DM like improving in homebrew. But the players will feel like, oh, we failed. This sucks. This is bad. And that's because the thing was framed as a win-lose. The way to get around this: secondary objectives and multiple fail states. Maybe in this defend the point situation, you are defending this bunker. This bunker is an object that has 1 armor and 20 health. And they managed to destroy the bunker. Oh no, you failed. But now what happens is that the VIP who's inside puts on an exosuit and runs outside as it's collapsing behind them. So now you actually have to defend the VIP. The VIP has 6 HP and 1 armor and functions like a pilot. However, they cannot take aggressive actions. They are entirely oriented around their own self-defense. So now you failed. The bunker is destroyed. All of the data inside is busted. The sensor array was interrupted before you could get the data stream off planet. But you still have the VIP who's in charge of it, right? And so now you have a situation where the players can still feel like they succeeded, at least partially, and avoided a total loss. And you don't even need to tell them before that point. You can just have it be, oh, the bunker got destroyed. They think they lose, but actually one of the VIPs, the head scientist, rushes out in an exosuit and is hiding. And now they have to defend the VIP for the same number of turns. Right? Similarly, if you have a defend the center objective in Lancer, and enemies are spawning from pew, 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 pew. However, you also have a secondary objective where any of you, when you're in an enemy deployment zone, can spend your standard move, or just as a quick action, you can deploy a like sensor array that would give you scanning information on like the thing going forward. And so you go around, and Harrison Armory wants you to plant at least 3 of these. And then if you do that, okay, we failed the primary objective, but at least we got the secondary objective, right? Right? And so that's another way of like making losing more acceptable. The big thing though is don't just make everything to the death. And that also includes on the enemy side. So for instance, if I'm playing a game where player side is trying to kill enemy side, and enemy side is trying to kill player side, then death not only isn't fun because we all died, it's also not really on the table. almost always, unless it's like Kane or Call of Cthulhu or Delta Green or anything that where like death is a expected outcome, it's really kind of avoided at all costs by mechanics, the way the game is designed. And therefore, in Dungeons and Dragons, in Drawsteel, in Pathfinder or Lancer or I guess even BattleTech, like any of these other systems, or not BattleTech. BattleTech's a war game. But in a lot of these other systems, if you lose, you're dead. And if they lose, they die. Vampire the Masquerade and the World of Darkness system, the storyteller systems, they are very good about making it so that when you're fighting, you almost never are trying to kill the other opponent. Like yes, there will be some instances where you are like, you're a vampire, I'm trying to like stake this other guy and then chop off his head, whatever. But ultimately, fighting the opponent is, I want to get you out of my turf. I want to feed on your touchstone. I want to steal the document. I want to do a thing. And so if I fail, I might be able to just try again later. If I fail, I might just be sent running with my tail between my legs and I lose reputation. If I fail, I might have them take something from mine. But the expectation is not, I'm going to get executed. And thereby, I'm much more inclined to take risks. For as cool as D&D adventurers are, you are much less inclined to take risks because you are just like so scared of dying a lot of the time. Whereas in something like Lancer, where I think the expectation is that if your mech gets destroyed, you survive. It's that if you blow up, that's the issue. I feel like Lancer mechs, and particularly because they're disposable, they can just be reprinted. You're way more willing to like, I'm going to throw my mech in the way of harm's way. Oh no, I took 2 structure in a single battle round. That's fine. I'll just repair it after the fact. And like, yeah, that is risky. You might blow up your mech, but ultimately you feel like you're going to survive. And even if you do die, you might get like a flash clone, which depending on how your game is, like that will determine how well flash clones work. But yeah, multiple possible victory conditions, also multiple possible losing conditions. Don't just make it so that a single combat, you can either win or lose. Add in a partial win, add in a partial loss, add in a completely neutral result. As an inexperienced GM, one of the things I want to try with a new system is to run non-canon battle where I'm just trying to just barely kill my players. Okay. What I would recommend, if you want to try that, Matt Colville calls this a holodeck sim, a holodeck encounter after like the Star Trek holodeck. What I would recommend, take a non-canon fight. You could even wrap it into canon, just like make it like a dream sequence. And literally go as hard as you can to try and kill the players. They will probably survive. Assuming that the stats line up, assuming that you're not like throwing a elder like black dragon against a group of level 1 characters. Like if you're fighting a comparable force, like 5 level 5 characters are fighting like 5 hobgoblins, 6 goblins, 3 wargs, and then like a hobgoblin warlord, right? All of those together, it's gonna be a really tough fight. It's gonna be a tough fight. It's winnable. It's very winnable, right? However, if you, for instance, set it up so that all of the goblins act as screening, where the hobgoblins hang back and use their bows to shoot at the party members, where they all get the advantage dice from their goblins being next to them. And then you have warg riders that run up and cover the flanks. And so you have like the enemy are all like right here. And so you have like goblin, 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 goblin. And then you have like a warg over here and like a warg over here. And then you can have all of your hobgoblins over here. And then your warlord back here. Like this is going to like actually really push the party to their limits. And this is not, oh, I'm trying to like barely kill. No, this is like I'm trying to kill them. I am blocking their front line. I'm blocking their flanks. Yes, this one can try and run forward, but then all of these can just fall in on them and grab them. The goblins are forming a wall. Yes, the goblins will die very quickly, but they're not meant to survive. They're meant to stop the enemy advance while simultaneously giving the damage dice bonus to their hobgoblin masters. The warlord is in the back line because the warlord knows the party well enough that the rogue here loves to go after high value targets. And so the warlord is staying away from the rogue. And the warg is making it so that the wizard in the back can't actually like breathe. And so the hobgoblins are making it in such a way that the party's pushed to their limits. The party, unless they're like actually kind of incompetent, will probably figure their way out of this. Assuming they have any degree of spell slots left, any magic items, any creativity, assuming you're actually willing to like allow them to do silly stuff, they will figure a way out of this, right? It's the gob wall technique, exactly. So what this does is this forces the players to think really hard. And then maybe you'll kill this character. And maybe this character goes down and is at like 1 death save remaining. And maybe this character manages to break through and rushes forward and then gets caught out. That would probably like collapse the entire group, right? Because then they only have 2 characters up. One is dead, one is unconscious, and one is like surrounded by enemies. That's why you make it non-canon. That's why you make it a dream. That's why you make it like a vision, an illusion, whatever. But like actually push them to their extreme. That will make the players start sweating, and that will make the players start thinking creatively. And then what you do after that, and this is what you do if you really want to be rough to them. In reality, the party is set up, and they see approaching them a goblin warlord. And they see 5 hobgoblins. And they see some wargs. And they see some goblins. And they're like, no! However, they fought this before. They're not going to fall into the same pit trap. And now they feel awesome because the previous one that they really struggled with, they can overcome this. So they know they're going to let the goblin wall come in. However, they're going to ignore the goblins. They're just going to literally walk back, take the attacks of opportunity, and then go for the wargs so they can free up the wizard. Now the wizard is free. The wizard can do hold person on the warlord. The warlord now can't do their big active command. Now all of the goblins don't get that one big rush that they had in the last fight. Now they feel awesome. Diamonds form under pressure. Yeah, it's just, I encourage you not to be like, oh, I almost want to kill them. Almost. No, try to kill them. You will probably not succeed, assuming that the stat lines are balanced. If I throw an Ancient Red Dragon at my party of level 5 characters, I'm probably going to kill them. Because, like, obviously, yeah, like, it just deals enough damage with its breath weapon to knock unconscious anyone but, like, a barbarian, paladin, or fighter, right? However, if I throw, like, I don't know, 5 level 5 characters, and I throw, like, 4 ogres, and one ogre with the ballista. Like, that's kind of rough. Now, obviously, that is not going to be like the most difficult encounter ever. A party of level 5 characters can very easily take down an ogre across like 2 actions. And so once they start taking down ogres, the ogres will crumble. But like, if 2 or even 3 ogres focus on one character, they might go down in a single round. And that's scary. That being said, how do you balance stats with the horrible system of CR is? So I say this before, I say this again. CR is a good system as a general frame of reference. CR in D&D is challenge rating. The idea being is that if this is a CR4 creature, it is expected that it should be a reasonably difficult encounter for 4 level 4 characters. If it's CR5, 4 level 5 characters. If CR12, 4 level 12 characters. This don't listen to this. This is dumb. This is stupid. What it is good for is the math going to break? If I have level 2 characters and I want to throw a CR5 creature at them, the CR5 creature probably deals enough damage that it will knock out a character in a single hit. Because that's how the math works. That's how the scaling works. Creatures deal significantly more damage at higher CRs than low-level players have health. Similarly, if I want to run a CR5 creature, but my players are level 12, I know my CR5 creature is going to go down in probably a single action, right? Because that, again, the scaling, level 12 characters can put out enough damage to probably kill a CR5 creature in a single action. However, that doesn't mean you can't run a CR5 creature in either of these circumstances. That just means CR5 indicates signposts. One of them against a full party of level 2s, and you should probably pull your punches. Several of them against a party of level 12s, and they need some sort of like tactical advantage. They need a cliff that they can push the party off of. They need some sort of running water that they can manipulate with their water magic. They need some sort of demon ally that they can support, kind of deal. I love throwing extreme counters at my party and saying, super excited to see how you get out of this one, with no idea how do they do it. I mean, that is a skill to build. I do the same. I do the exact same. That is a skill to build. And you have to know, like, how the acceleration on your car works, right? You are the driver. The system is your car. How difficult the encounter is, how hard you're going, is the acceleration. Every car accelerates different. If you drive a Fusion versus a Tesla versus a Mustang versus a Porsche versus a Prius, all of them are going to drive different. All of them are going to have different accelerations, different handling, all of that. If you floor it on like a Prius, that is going to feel very different than if you floor it on a Mustang. Like, neither of these is better than the other. However, that means you, with your muscle memory of having only ever driven a Prius, you just bought yourself a new Porsche. You're trying out this new Porsche. Tap the gas first. Ease into it. See how it goes. And then, once you realize, oh, the Porsche is twice as lethal and about half the time as my Prius, that's when you know, okay, I'm not going to floor it. If I want to kill the party, I'm going to go like 1/3, right? Fabula Ultima has a player and creature level system, and the difficulty is based on encounter size plus level, and it can be balanced at times. Nice. Yeah, like when it comes to how do I balance this for my party? Like, the issue is with a TTRPG, Lancer kind of gets around this because Lancer is a war game. Like, I maintain that Lancer is a war game that has an adjoining TTRPG on it. Lancer gets around this because it's all balanced around like a war game. You have specific gear. Yes, you have homebrew. Yes, all that. But like generally, you're not getting like custom stuff to the same extent as other systems. But like D&D, I can have 2 different parties played by the same people in the same adventure, and they'll have wildly different spells, items, like boons. Like, knowing D&D nonsense, someone's gonna be like related to, or the reincarnation of, or like the herald of a god, and they're gonna have like god powers. One of them is gonna have like evil connections that they can like leverage and utilize because the GM thought it was cool. One of them is going to be like completely vanilla by the book. One of them is going to have some like broken homebrew, whether it's an item or it is a spell or it's like a class feature. Like, D&D is really all over the place with that. And a lot of TTRPGs are. Most TTRPGs are. So it's kind of always a fool's errand to try and balance around that. Apparently CR and D&D is meant for 6 to 8 encounter days, which, like, insane assumption. Listen, the old school like encounter system was balanced around 3 to 5 encounters a day. And even that's more than I think most modern players get up to. I think what most modern players get up to, and I've not played D&D in quite some time, you have one intro encounter, like scouts. This is like a guard patrol. This is a minor skirmish. You have one medium encounter, and then you have one boss encounter. And sometimes you don't even have both of these. It's like you have one or the other. I have found that most of the time between long rests, and this is why so many D&D players go Nova, and this is why so many D&D players have no concept of resource conservation when it comes to their like spell slots, because they never have been like forced to be like, okay, this is going to be like in a dungeon delve. I'm going to keep strict track of time in game. You can only rest once every 24 hours. Good luck, right? How do you even get through 2 encounters a day? So when it says encounters a day, it is encounters in game. So that's not like per session. That's like per in-game time unit. So that means that between rests, I rest and get a full heal. I get all my spell slots back. I get all my stuff back. I fight some goblins. Then I fight the goblin chief and the shaman. And then we rest again. Yeah, for my game, I'm going to have you're going to dial up the combat in Fabula Ultima because 2/3 of the players are RP focused while the other is action focused. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that I am someone who in my games, I like a mix. I like combat. I like RP. And I've continually found that every time I play in one game that has like all of one, I miss the other. And most often, funny enough, I run for people, and because I'm so permissive, they just RP everything. And I try really hard not to force combat, but it's also like, bro, like I set up this dude who's like angry at you and wants to fight you, and you don't like him. Why did you start trying to talk him down and like be buddy with him? And why is it working? Like, why are you good at this? And I'm just like, I'm someone who I enjoy both. And that's why I think I enjoyed Kane so much, is because Kane has combat as well as RP built into it. Whereas something like Lancer is just combat. Something like D&D is just combat. Something like Vampire the Masquerade is just roleplay. My sessions are only every 2 hours, so we get 1 or 2 encounters maybe every 2 sessions. Yeah, so Rafik, that's what I'm saying, is that in-game, the in-game timer between long rests is separate from the timer between sessions. So the timer between sessions, like if you only have a 2-hour session, of course you're not going to have multiple encounters in a day. But the session by session is not the day by day, right? My DM made my character transition to RP heavy thing that also gives... Why? As a controller who has to suffer through resource management, I struggle to understand the appeal of blasting besides I cast Fireball. See, that's why I made a system where you can't cast Fireball. You can, however, cast Fireball. As I have made a system that is entirely me just being silly. It is just my own silliness, my own nonsense. Where Fireball. By applying horizontal and vertical kinetic vectors to projectiles, you're able to accelerate them by momentum adverse to the essence of enemies. Please note all balls must be small enough to fit in your hand and light enough to be carried, balls not included. So your spell is called Fireball, and you can toss. You may throw a ball at any target you can see, making a surge check, which is roll 2d6. On a 7, it's a catastrophe and the spell backfires. And on anything else, it is a success. But if it is a doubles, you surge. You deal 2 physical damage. And then on a surge, if you roll doubles, the ball wreathes in fire as it streaks through the air, becoming magical and dealing an additional point of damage. So this is a game where the one spell I know is Fireball. And I want to throw a fireball at you. So I take a baseball. I take a rock. I take a ball bearing and I toss it at you, I roll 2d6. Let's say I roll a 9. That's a success. I deal 2 damage to you. That's the entire spell. And then if I roll 10 because I rolled a 5 and a 5, I instead throw the rock at you and it streaks in fire through the air and deals 3 damage instead. Anything sufficiently round enough to be called a ball counts regardless of size, weight, or material, but you must be able to physically throw the ball at the target. Tossing a ball deals a physical damage to it, deals 1 physical damage to it. Destroying all but the most reinforced balls. On a surge, the ball takes 2 magical damage instead, incinerating even the most reinforced balls. So, what this means, I have a rock. I roll a surge. I throw it. It incinerates and is no longer able to be used as a ball. So the goal of like being a fireball user is you're constantly like, you have this giant bag full of rocks and balls and like bearings and like carved wood and whatever that you throw at people and they just like get busted. It breaks your balls, yes. Forged in Dark Stuff and Kane has successfully earned the spot in my favorite design framework just because it manages to mesh so much combat pacing and roleplay. I don't even know if I should separate them. I feel like Bloom put in a lot of Forged in the Dark DNA in Kane. Well, so my understanding is Kane is based off of Forged in the Dark, which is the same system that is the basis of Blades in the Dark. And Blades in the Dark is a system I know a little bit of the lore of, and I know a baby bit of the mechanics of, but I actually really want to get into. That's just Barbarian Fireball? Yes! However, if the spell backfires, if you roll 7 on your surge check, the spell fails, so it doesn't work. You don't actually deal any damage. You and any character next to you take 1 magical damage as the ball strikes into you with a flaming impact. The ball takes 2 magical damage. So, if I roll a 7 on my surge check, I try to throw a fireball at you. It does not work. Why? Because it hit me instead and explodes on me. Yeah, fireball, literally firing a ball. Why did it take... Yeah, fireball, it's a command. Fireball! Fires the ball. However, the way spells work in this game is that you can advance them over time. Let me show you some of the silly ones. Catch. When tossing a ball at an ally, so remember, tossing a ball, I throw it at you and that like I deal damage to you. I can choose to roll the surge check with advantage and have them ignore any damage it deals. Advantage, I roll twice, take whichever one I want. So if I roll 2 sets of 2d6 and I get a 7 and an 8, I can choose to take the 8 and avoid the catastrophe. On a surge, if I roll doubles, your ally and you both remove an amount of doom equal to your prowess. Otherwise, your target removes 1 doom, and without spending mana, they may immediately toss the ball at you using catch. On a catastrophe, they suffer the effects of fireball backfire. Otherwise, you are allowed to continue the chain of tossing the ball to one another until one of you rolls a catastrophe or a surge. If you do, talk about life while passing the old pigskin back and forth. Yes, even in combat. So, literally, you can play catch with someone, and doom is a bad thing that you want to reduce. And so you can just like play catch. And if you roll surge, you reduce both of your doom by a lot. Otherwise, you're just like tossing the old pigskin back and forth. You're playing catch by firing your ball at them. Evil hot potato. Yeah, but kind of. Dribble. When tossing a ball, any target that reduces or mitigates incoming damage does so by 1 less, potentially removing the damage avoidance entirely. You basically pierce 1 armor is a good way to put it. So long as you know where a target is and there's a pathway available to them that the ball could theoretically reach them through, you can always target them by making the surge check with disadvantage. You do not control how the ball attempts to reach them. It knows better than you. Do not question its wisdom. Chuck. You are able to use any object as a ball, even if it is not rounded or spherical. You can also choose any object that is larger or heavier than you could physically throw, but you must be able to pick it up and drop it in their direction. It awakens its inner ball, which handles the rest. If your ball is not rounded or spherical, gain a disadvantage on your surge check, but deal an additional 1 damage on a success. The same is true of objects larger or heavier than you could physically throw, gaining 2 disadvantages on the surge check and dealing 2 additional damage if both are true. So what this means, I can pick up like anything that is not a ball and I can throw it at you. And if I pick up like a statue that's like, I can't throw this at you. I'm too weak to like toss a 50 kilogram statue at you. However, I can drop it in your direction. I awaken its inner ball, and that handles the rest. And pair that with drivel. I could theoretically pick up like a 50 kilogram weight. I could pick up like a fridge if I can lift it, if I can physically lift it. And I can drop it in your direction. And I can make the surge check with a disadvantage. And I can make the surge check with another disadvantage because it's too big. And I'm making the surge check with a third disadvantage. And I just toss it. And this fridge bounces around and goes towards you, ignoring anything in its path. You can make a pact with the ball, yes. Chuck. You're able to use any object as a ball, even if it is not, launch. You can use any non-physical concepts as a ball, but only if they're rounded in vibe. Things such as joy, family, or rain clouds are all valid balls, whereas anger, betrayal, and sunshine are clearly not. Hugs, curiosity, the sense of touch, balls. Handstands, mathematics, the sense of sight, not balls. You know ball at this point. Therefore, your word overrides the GM's so long as you can get unanimous agreement from all other players. Unity is another ball after all. Non-physical concepts reduce all damage they receive from being used as balls by 1. If a non-physical concept is destroyed as a result of being tossed, the application of it is removed from all those present for the remainder of the scene. This might be the ability to recall a specific memory, the use of a particular skill, or even a spell. Anyone that enters the scene after the concept is destroyed is unaffected. So this is 1 LM. This is also 1 LM. These are mutually exclusive. So you can either pick up anything physically, even if it's too heavy or not a ball, or you can use non-physical concepts as balls. And if you destroy them, they get destroyed for the remainder of the scene. So you have a choice here where do you want to like be able to take joy and throw it at someone? Or do you want to be able to pick up a refrigerator and toss it? You need a sound and round argument for balls? Exactly. What about spherical math concepts? Okay, so like mathematics, not a ball. The concept of a circumference, ball. Slope, not a ball. Area, ball. Derivatives, ball. Integrals, not a ball. Geometry, ball. Algebra, not a ball. Calculus, not a ball. Trigonometry, not a ball. Statistics, not a ball. Numbers, not a ball. Pencils, not a ball. Paper's ball. You're on my side with derivatives, but not integrals? Okay, but like, you understand the vibe, right? But balls all rely on trig. Yes, but trig itself is not ball-shaped. Much in the same way, an air pump that you use to fill up balls is not a ball. Balls rely upon an air pump to be filled up, but the air pump is not made a ball by concept. Is pi a ball? Yes. Numbers are not ball. Statistics is not ball. The hounds of Tyndalos live in angular time while we live in curved time. Therefore, according to Lovecraft, our species of space-time is ball. Yeah, I would say that. And if you manage to destroy the ball of space-time, you better have a good explanation why you don't die. Can't you find approximate of ball through integrals? Yes, and I can also like measure a ball with a caliper. depending on the size of the ball and on the size of the caliper. That does not make a caliper a ball. Just because it's related to balls does not a ball it make. Non-Euclidean trig, I think, is ball. Well, so non-Euclidean space is definitely ball, right? But like, so everyone, do you see the concept of this system? This system is intended to be a little bit like rules anarchistic. And the capstone of Fireball is Spike. What is this? Some sort of ball of fire? On a surge, so doubles, when tossing a ball, the fire streaking behind it explodes on impact and deals magical damage to the target and everyone next to them equal to your prowess after damage of the toss. This is affected by damage avoidance separately from the toss. So prowess is basically your level. Every time you advance in prowess. And by the time you grab Spike, you're going to have at least like prowess 3. So I still kept the vibes of Fireball being the big damage one. All of this relates back to throwing balls at people and dealing damage. Ball so hard I'd be throwing metaphysical concepts. Call me the court wizard. That's good. I remember it's ball, not as in cool, but as in the feel of round. That's the thing. It can also be ball as in cool. Do they know ball? This one might be my favorite. Impeach the powers beyond. You call upon that which wakes, the hungry silence, the thunderous void that lies between worlds. Use its power to smite your... What do you mean that's to beseech? Uh-oh. So, this is a power based on the idea of mixing up the words impeach and beseech. So, your base power is majority vote. When any character you can see attempts to cast a spell, you may first call for a vote of your fellow players in GM. These voters must decide whether the character's action is deserving of impeachment by whatever means you detail in casting this spell. If there's a simple majority in favor of impeachment, more than half of voters, the character is under investigation, you must make a surge check. If the vote fails, no mana is spent to cast the spell. Regardless of whether or not it passes, all who voted in favor of impeachment gain 1 doom, as they meddle in forces beyond their comprehension. The GM voting in favor of impeachment forces them to assign 1 additional doom to a character who voted in favor. Characters under investigation roll surge checks with disadvantage. A character remains under investigation until you proceed further than this trial via the spell, or the scene ends, whichever happens first. For solo play, you are the sole voter. So, what does this mean? Let's say Monty casts a spell, and I'm like, this is your counterspell, right? I counterspell you. However, listen, we have rules and regulations here, checks and balances. You have to go through the proper procedures, so you have to start a majority vote. A simple majority in favor of impeachment. And so if Bad Wrong Fun and Snowfall and Bloodthirsty all vote in favor, and I vote against, Bloodthirsty and Snowfall and Bad Wrong Fun all gain a doom. Again, doom is bad. And now Monty is put under investigation. You make all of your surge checks with a disadvantage. However, if you backfire, i.e., you make the surge check after successfully voting in favor of them, you are put under investigation, the stress of which immediately gives you 1 doom. If you're already in investigation, you instead are put on trial and gain another 1 doom, which being put on trial doubles the amount of doom you get. If you're already on trial, instead gain 2, which is then doubled. So this is your doom, and I wanted the idea of you can inflict doom on other people as one of the core spells. But I didn't want it to be like, oh, it's devil magic, it's warlocks, it's necromancy. I wanted it to be lawyers. Thank you for the super toxic. You had magic and all you chose was a flaming orb? No. What they chose is a normal orb that they set on fire. Oh, I thought you ended up impeachment banishing an eldritch entity like the impeachment of an official. Wander. Removal from office. This is the final advancement of impeach powers beyond. You may cast a majority vote, the power we just described, at the night sky, targeting the thunderous void. If you do, immediately gain 1 doom. If the vote passes, which again, if you vote in favor, you gain another doom, you may grant the thunderous void any command you wish. and commands are tied to one of the other advances. It can accomplish nearly anything as long as the target is exposed to the night sky and the task is a physical action. Any command revolving around anything else causes the spell to fail. If the command is a discrete single action targeting something you can see, gain 1 doom, and the command is accomplished immediately. Remember, that might be your 3rd doom in this single casting. Otherwise, gain 1 doom and gain 1 additional doom for every action the Thunderous Void must take after the first. So, if I say, kill that guy, the clouds above turn blood red, and there is thunder in the sky, and the ground shakes, and a heavenly light descends from the sky, but is tinged with a sickly green, as you can see floating within the light are translucent eyes and mouths, all gibbering different legalese as they descend down and they whisk this guy away and kill him. Meanwhile, if you say, destroy that entire village, it might take multiple actions. So every single action it takes for the Thunderous Void to destroy something, you gain another doom. And for latent triggers, such as commanding the Thunderous Doom to take an action based on criteria being fulfilled later, gain 1 additional doom for every action you take until the Thunderous Void begins taking actions. So if I say, once I kill this guy, destroy that village. If it takes me 3 actions to kill this guy, and then it takes 3 actions to destroy the village, I gain 1 doom from casting this. I gain a 2nd doom because I voted in favor of this. I gain a 3rd doom, killing him. A 4th doom, killing him. A 5th doom, he's finally dead. Now it starts acting. I gain a 6th doom because it starts acting. A 7th doom because it takes 2 actions. A 3rd doom because I took 8 doom right there. That's a lot of doom. How much doom can you have? Based on your health. Once your doom exceeds your current health, you end up having a horrific event happen to you, and that's mostly narrative, but also it is tied into mechanics. And then if your doom ever exceeds your max health plus your prowess, i.e. your level, you are like about to die and like you're on death's door, right? And like other people need to save you or else you're gone forever. So doom is, I guess like Slay the Spire almost? Doom? However, any action it takes that would deal damage is limited by your own power. Dealing physical damage that cannot be avoided equal to your prowess. If the Thunderous Void is ever put on trial, i.e. like it fails to do whatever command it was given, the case is deemed a mistrial due to the fact that the Thunderous Void is related to the Arbiter of Fate and it's let off with a warning. The case is also thrown out if you experience a horrific event, i.e. too much doom, while the Thunderous Void is under investigation. So, the capstone of Impeach Powers Beyond is yes, you can cast Impeachment on the night sky and like try to impeach Cthulhu. And by doing so, you can strong-arm Cthulhu into doing stuff for you. However, if you ever go too far, the fact that the Thunderous Void is related to the judge of the of the universe, they get let off with a warning. There should be a public defender mechanic. Oh my gosh, that would be really funny. Well, so I guess in impeachment, this isn't like you're a lawyer. This would be that you're like an elected official. So there would be no public defender. Can you imagine a world without lawyers? No! I didn't know we had nepotism in Magic Court. Listen, I just thought it would be funny. Just came back what system we're looking at. This is a system that I made where the whole premise is that everyone gets 1 spell and they're all really weird. We have Ward, which you might think is about like magic barriers and like protection and glyphs of like warding off harm. No, you designate a willing character next to you as your ward and make a surge check. Your ward mitigates your choice of physical or mental damage by 1. On a surge check, they reduce physical damage by 1 instead. They reduce that damage by 1 instead. They remain your ward until the end of the scene or the magic goes out of control. So, mitigating is reduced by 1. Minimum of 1. Reduce is reduced by 1, minimum of 0. So, reduce is stronger than mitigate. You can only ever have a number of wards equal to your prowess, and you cannot be your own ward. Designating a character as a ward removes them from being anyone else's ward. Your guardianship of a ward is dispelled upon you experiencing a horrific event, i.e. your doom exceeding your current health, your magic going out of control, i.e. your instability, exceeding your current mana, or you or your ward dying. If you roll a catastrophe on that initial surge check, your spell fails, and your guardianship over one ward of the GM's choice fails, dispelling and dealing 1 magical damage to that ward. The shame of failing them causes you to gain 1 doom. If you have no wards, you instead lose faith in your spell and gain 1 instability. Should we point and laugh at you for spelling mistakes? I mean, you can. Like, I do it to published works generally. I generally don't do it for stuff that's still a work in progress. Like, I'm not done with this. This is just something that I just started doing, and I might drop this black text white background. Like, this is not something that I'm going to invest time in. Like, I'm probably going to use this to try out Affinity. I'm going to try out a new software for making homebrew, for making documents. But I don't think I'm going to put in significant effort to making it pretty, right? And then you can diversify the curriculum. You can plan ahead. You can have a grounding exercise. You can have as I say, not as I do. You can play favorites. And you can be the caster that stepped up, because you're not their step caster. You're their caster that stepped up. Illusions. Wait, is it tutor magic? So it's the thing that I did is I wanted each of these to be a dumb pun, a dumb idea that's based off of a traditional idea of magic. Wards is protection. Instead of making barriers that you protect people with, you designate someone as your ward. And what I want to do is I want to make this a little bit more non-combat oriented. I want it to be that they get more benefits. Right now, this is basically entirely defensive. This is entirely damage mitigation. However, watch and learn. So long as the character is your ward and they can see you, you gain the benefits of their guardianship's damage avoidance and an advantage on attacks. If you have multiple wards, this stacks. But if you experience a horrific event or your match goes out of control, you lose this benefit for each ward that you can see and cannot gain it from them from the remainder of the scene. So you can benefit yourself from having wards. You can give them a pointer that would benefit from related to a character, object, location, or something else. That ward gains an advantage on search checks when targeting the subject of your pointer. So you can give them advice on how to go forward. This is a very support oriented spell. Although the illusions is also really fun. Illusion. You can conjure an illusion for one character called a fool and make a surge check. Write down up to 3 words to describe the illusion you create. On a surge, you may write down an additional word. If you attempt to add any context or clarification, your illusion is immediately dispelled and you gain 1 instability. The fool, and only the fool, perceives exactly what you say as determined by the GM's interpretation of what you wrote down. The efficacy of the illusion is entirely dependent on how the GM's interpretation would be perceived by the fool, and may therefore be dispelled instantly if they have no chance of believing it. Your illusion acts in whatever way the GM thinks reasonable, such as an illusory snake biting an enemy or an illusory coward fleeing. Your illusion can potentially deal damage, grant advantages or disadvantages, or provide other benefits. If it ever deals damage, it's always 1 mental damage. Your illusion ignores all damage, but otherwise may block movement or be a valid target for their spell. Your illusion lasts until the end of the scene or until it's dispelled. I conjure an illusion. I choose shade. And I say the words, Flaming Cow Rain. What does the GM think I mean by that? If I was the GM, I would think you meant cows that are on fire falling from the sky like rain. And so that's what the fool sees. However, you as the player, you as the caster, you as the one that made the illusion, you don't know that. You don't know what they see. All you know is you said cow, fire, cow, rain. Maybe the GM thought you said R-E, or maybe you spelled it R-E-I-G-N. And so they're wait a second, rain? So this is a cow that's on fire and it's a king? And so they have to figure out what the frick you mean by this. And everything in here is just stage directions. When you form an illusion, any word you write that is in quotes are to be treated as directions to be followed by the illusion, not part of the illusion itself. Such directions don't count against your word limit, but you can only have a maximum of them equal to your prowess. Prepped position. When you form an illusion, you may write down prepositions such as of, in, on, at, from, without counting against any word limit. So, if I have prepped position, and I have stage directions, and I'm at like prowess 3, I might write down, okay, fire, cow, rain. And then in quotes, I write down from the sky. However, from is a preposition, meaning it doesn't count against any word limit. So I can add in another word to my stage directions because it doesn't count. And so like that's the point of the illusion, is it gets weirder and weirder, and like up to interpretation. When you form an illusion, you can choose one other player as your interpreter. After writing down the illusion, your interpreter may describe their interpretation of the illusion in as much or little detail as they see fit. Once they're done, give them a thumbs up or thumbs down on how accurate they were. On a thumbs up, the GM is to take the interpreter's description into consideration when considering the illusion's efficacy. On a thumbs down, you may replace one of the words written and gain 1 instability before the GM implements it. And you're allowed to do a so-so hand gesture, a middle finger, or anything to indicate more nuance that you're trying to communicate. But anything other than a thumbs down counts as a thumbs up. So it's the idea of like, okay, Gato, here is my list. And I hand you running water fast. And you're just like, okay, so you would have said a river if you were like trying to make a river. So is this like a guy who's made of water and he's running very quickly? And then I give a thumbs up. And now the GM is supposed to include what you said as the interpreter in their interpretation of what the illusion ends up being. And so, like, I don't know. I feel like this was very funny. I feel like this is very silly. Nightmare. It can deal more damage. Word bank withdrawal. Each time you recover, i.e. rest, choose a number of words equal to your prowess. You may include 1 copy of each of these words in your illusions without counting against your word limit. You may choose the same word multiple times if you want to include it multiple times. Each time you recover, lose access to your previously selected words. Like, I just like the idea of the illusionist not having no idea what their illusion is. And like, you're just like, okay, vampires in nighttime disco. And like, you have prepped position, so you can say in, right? So vampires in nighttime disco. Does the GM think that means it's just a bunch of vampires that are like in sequins and like just dancing around? Or do they think that you illusorily wanted to conjure an entire disco club filled with vampires? And that's the kind of thing that like I want this to be. Waffle House is not closed. Waffle House would never close. 5 teens playing Vampire the Masquerade. Exactly. So those are the spells I have right now. I have 4 spells. I want to make at least a couple more. Ones that I have in mind is that it's true names, but it's like when your mother yells at you, not like cool name magic. Summon skeleton. It has no ligaments, therefore cannot move. This actually one is from Rory, where it was night vision, but you see as if you're wearing a knight's helmet. And like, I think these would all be very stupid. I think this would be very silly. Counterspell, a spell about numbers. See, that's the thing, is like, all of these are related to some other spell, right? Like, true name magic is like an archetype of magic. Wards, barriers are an archetype of magic that I changed into being about warding, like wards and guardianship. He suggested a bassinet helmet. Night vision, you see everyone around you in full unique plate armor. Well, so what I was thinking is that with night vision, you can see in the dark, but in a limited view. And then one of the other ones is that you gain damage mitigation. You gain physical damage mitigation. And then I had the idea of like you can come off with like a noble aura because one should be aura farming. One of these should be aura farming. However, come on. Plant seeds that grow into AoE buffs. Come on, aura farming? Healing word, but all it does is make people a bit happier. You can grow aura on a multi-month rotation cycle. See, this is the sort of thing that I need in this system. I need dumb, stupid spells like this. And what I need, and like you can pretty clearly see what's going on here. Like the mechanics is roll 2d6 and assign that to either health or your mana, then subtract that number from 13 to find your other stat. If you roll 7, and you can apply it to health, your mana is therefore 6. Health is just all of the damage goes from health. You choose one spell. You start at prowess 1. Doom and instability start at 0. You have an arcane focus. And then you come up with a name revealed to no one, and you come up with a moniker that you have that others refer to you as. Then you all choose monikers for other characters. That's character creation. Spell creation is the actual like more complicated bit, but this is a system where like I want you to hack it. I want you to come up with your own spells. I want you to like come up with the stupidest nonsense. The main thing would be making sure you don't come up with something that's like broken. But even then, like, who cares if it's your game? Chill touch, but it just calms people down. If I won't farm itself, get the watering can. I mean, Wuxia, they talk about cultivation. So, see, you got it. You understand. So, like, these are the kind of things that I want. This is why someone asked me, like last week, hey, what's going on with the consortium? My custom homebrew Lancer manufacturer that I've been making frames for. And they're like, hey, any updates on that? And I'm just like, no. I've been making Fireball. Although I know that like I was silly today. I had a stream that I ended early on purpose, and then I'm going to end this stream at some point. I'm probably not going to go super long today. I'm probably going to wrap up like maybe like in an hour or two, because drum roll, please. That's a terrible drum roll. I'm currently working on a Lancer video. Not the one for tomorrow. I mean like a proper Lancer, like a long form Lancer video, because I have a deadline of the 1st for multiple reasons. A Lancer long form video. It might end up having to be multiple, because I can actually show you the script if you want. Sorry, I just have to have MS Paint be my censor. I can show you. Oh, can I? No, the script is on my other one. Okay. Oh, I know what I can do. I can grab the script and I can copy paste it. What the frick? What did I do here? So I'll grab the script and I'll just show you the beginning. This is just the beginning of the end. So, fine, I'll talk about Lancer. And so, intro, all this. But, like, in Lancer the Mech TTRPG, if you want mechanics, hit up Dragon Kit. If you want lore, Zactax your man. There's recently been a boom of various fantastic content creators making wonderful videos, and I'm so excited to see all that happen. But it leaves me wondering, what's my niche? What can I contribute to this community I love? All I've done thus far is executing your favorite Lancer creators in horrifying ways. Like, what if I just kill Tom Bloom? And then I can take his crown, and with it, I shall enlighten you on each and every Lancer frame available across every source book. That's going to take forever. So, my goal. I want to do what I do in my short form series in a long form. And my issue with that is that there's like 52 frames, I think I counted, including alt frames. If I spend 1 minute talking about each of them, that will take me an hour. And that's before I talk about any of the manufacturers. So I need to consider. I need to consider. Do I make an IPSN video, and then a SSC video, and then a Horus video, and then an HA video? Or do I just raw dog it, and do I try and get all of them done in a week from now while I'm doing other projects and while I'm setting up other stuff? That is the question. Each Lancer, no, so I want this to be like a video that, like, if you're new to Lancer, if you watched like the XP to level 3 video, if you've been watching my shorts and you're like, I don't know how to get into Lancer, like I want to like give you an overview of, hey, here's all the different frames. And I think it'd be fun to make like a long form video. The issue is that if I make like a 50-minute video, that's going to take forever to edit. And so I need to deal with that. I need to overcome that. Improvise, adapt, overcome. Gosh. Yeah, behold the field in which I grow my aura and see it is barren. See, like, aura farming, this isn't a tactical game. This isn't a game that involves a lot of, like, specific tactics that you have to, like, go around on a grid. It's explicitly pretty rules light. The goal of this game is just to let you screw around with magic. Raw dogging might get you more views, but each manufacturer is probably way better for your mental health. I mean, I don't think raw dogging it would get me more views. I mean, like, raw dogging it would get me more views, but, oh, we're talking about this video. Raw dogging this video, I don't think would get me more views. I actually don't know if like a 50-minute video would get more views than like 4 16-minute videos, right? And like, what I could do, the issue is, like, if I do that, I don't know. I need to consider it. Be the Lancer creator who gets into what to do on your downtime. I mean, like, I did that with Kane, so like that would be a good niche for me to fall into. Mostly, people have said, and this is very sweet. This is very kind. People are just like, oh yeah, when it comes to Lancer, there's like the big 3 creators. There's like Dragon Kid for mechanics. And then there's like Zactac for the lore. And I agree with both of these. And then someone said, and then there's Arrow for the memes. And I'm just like, what are you on about? I'm not Vex. Who are you? Might be easier to break it up. Yeah, I might have to break it up because in looking over my script, intro is just under a page. Counting the IPSN section, which I'm explicitly trying to keep them all short. Intro and IPSN section is like a page. Each frame is about half a page. At least these first two. Like the Blackbeard and the Empakai are both half a page. They are also explaining mechanics though. So I don't know. I'll see how I feel. I'll see how I go. I'm funnier than... No, I'm not funnier than... I am not funnier than Vex. Vex has been in the comment section. Vex has commented on my videos. And one time I accidentally mogged Vex. So if you don't know, Vex is the person responsible for why so many Lancer memes look like this. Right? Vex is responsible for why so many Lancer memes will have like the like screenshot like a serial killer. Vex is the one that started that, from my understanding. I am not funnier than Vex. I am simply a silly creature. I try my best. I do my nonsense, and I like do voiceovers. And sometimes I add my own stuff, and it's kind of not terrible. Error for the memes, yes. I think your niche in the Lancer space is showing new players what to get excited about, and that's basically what I'm going for. What I'm going for is, like, I want to sell you hype, right? My big thing that I feel I can do, and you tell me if I'm wrong about this, I feel like in the Lancer space, I'm one of the best at, like, hyping you up to be excited about a frame. I'm hyping you up to think that IPSN is really cool. I'm hyping you up to be like, oh, I really want to run the Voladores. Like that's the kind of stuff I feel is my strength, because I am so easily hyped up. Some might call me hyperactive. I feel like my delivery, how I edit, how I present things, how I talk about things, what I choose to focus on is much more about, wouldn't it be so cool if you... Oh my gosh, it would be awesome if you... And like that's the kind of thing that I want to go for. So I want to make a video or series of videos that's basically just like, here's why you should be hype about this. I'm the vibes and aura of Lancer content. Oh my gosh. It was based on other war games, but Vex popularized it in the Lancer space. Got it. I do think you're the shorts meme creator, while Vex is the image memes creator. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Because like, not a lot of people are doing Lancer VAs or Lancer short form. And honestly, like, views would definitely be down, but I think the community might like it better if I made long form content that was exactly the same. If I made long form, like 60-second long mech dives that I just upload on my channel instead of shorts, I feel like that would have like connected with the community a lot more, because Lancer community doesn't really strike me as like shorts Andes. Shorts is weird because on YouTube, shorts is like associated with slop. Whereas TikTok, as much as people hate TikTok isn't really associated with slop in the same way that YouTube shorts are. If I say I'm a YouTube shorts content creator, people will look down on me because they'll see YouTube shorts and they'll assume that I do like AI voiceovers, or I do like Minecraft parkour in the background of like reading a Reddit post or whatever, or that I'm doing like brain rot edits or whatever. Like that's what a lot of YouTube shorts is. And I actually like there's actually a couple people in the 40K space that will clown on 40K shorts creators. And I felt bad because I was like, oh, they might be like talking about me. And then when they started roasting them even more and like more frequently and going harder, they were like, yeah, those AI slop channels that like don't do any research and just like say whatever they think will get clicks, and they just have a PowerPoint presentation of images that they do nothing with. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I don't do that. This bird sucks type videos. Listen, I think when Lancer's done, I initially wanted to do Vampire the Masquerade clans. And with V6 coming out, like now might be the time, but there's a big shift. So I don't know if people want to learn about V5. Do we still have to restart if you bring up TTRPG? No, I lost. I lost instantly. Some might even say instant loss. Burger Krieg bit, sorry, I smacked the mic. Burger Krieg bit size re-uploads with sepia filter and AI subliminal background voice. Yeah, I just take Burger Krieg's video and I just make it black and white. And I pitch it up and then I pitch it down like that one CIA dude. You remember all the edits of him? And I just take his content and I claim it for myself. And then I say that it's transformative so he can't sue me. Screw it all, do Requiem clans. I don't know anything about Requiem. Big oof on V6. The playtest repulsed me. Honestly, I kind of want to like dive into the V6 playtest. I want to read through it and just kind of see how it goes, right? I watched Burger Krieg. He did a video where he kind of gave his thoughts on it. I'm curious how my thoughts as someone who is a storyteller that has run like dozens of sessions across V5, W5, is someone who I really enjoy V5, W5, 5th edition. As someone who played Bloodlines back in the day. So I have like a frame of reference for older school World of Darkness, but I have most of my appreciation is someone that got into it with V5. And I want to see if I have the same visceral disgust at V6 that so many other people have, because I feel like my perspective is a little unique in that I don't know how many World of Darkness creators there are that got into 5th edition. I think most of them were like there from probably 20th edition would be my guess. You know, the Tremere used to put hummus up, but what? You know, the Tremere used to put hummus up, but the fletchlings to condition them. Oh my gosh. V6 feels weird because it's trying to be fake core badly. I mean, okay. So the couple things I know about V6, like Vitae being health plus blood. Nah. They changed it so that it's no longer you are trying to remain human. You are now trying to balance humanity and the beast. Nah. They removed a lot of passive disciplines. They removed all of the passive disciplines and they made them backgrounds. And they removed animalism and replaced it with like vicissitude. They also made chemistry its own. The Tremere stole necromancy, which, like, I'm gonna be so real with you. Like, I've seen comments saying this, so this is not an original thought, but the fact that everyone in the V6 playtest, they saw Tremere with necromancy and they went, wait, Tremere with necromancy? They probably stole it, didn't they? Like there's every single person that has heard that has talked about that has seen it, has gone, what are they? Actually, no, that makes a lot of sense. I would totally steal that. like everyone knows that is right up the Tremere's alley. Yes, no animalism. I think what they did is that they took animalism and made it into background dots. So anyone can have a bond familis. I know Burger kind of hated it, and I do remember seeing some V5 creators also not being big fans of it, especially post actually running it. Also, from what I call was mostly the Daggerheart metacurrency stuff. Yeah, wasn't it like you can choose to fail, and like you get like bennies, and like it's all this stuff that like improves player agency in the game that is famous for having people play it because they want to be stripped of their agency. Like, I don't know. To me, what it feels like, and a lot of this is colored by the fact that I watched Burger talk about it. I did not read through it by myself. I'm not claiming that I have like strong opinions on this, but from what I gathered, what I picked up on from the Burger GPT summary, this V6 is a system by people that don't play Vampire and know that D&D is the most popular system out there. And they say, we want more market share. And it's very easy. It's very easy to blame the executives. It's very easy to blame the money people. It's very easy to say, oh, the devs are faultless. It's all a studio. That sucks. I hate it when studios interfere. But like, we're going to take the narrative system and add a bunch of combat rules to it, including like minor actions and like ranges of danger and difficulty, and like how far you can move in a turn, and like what like your different damages are. It's like, I, in my vampire games, don't think I've had any combat. The closest to combat I've gotten is like a messy crit that like one of my players accidentally like brained a cop because they got a messy crit. In my werewolf game, there's been multiple combats, and almost all of them are entirely narrative. and more so about the struggle of fighting a bane than it is about actually like walking up and dealing enough damage, right? Too Long Didn't Read Tremere are a bunch of mages that stole vampirism and then dedicated themselves to being an MLM. They didn't dedicate themselves to being an MLM. They dedicated themselves to being a hierarchy where the top makes a bunch of new vampires. And then these vampires are bloodbound. They have a blood oath. They can't disobey the commands of their betters. And then these vampires, they're said like, hey, listen, I'm going to give you magical secrets. However, if you get 2 more vampires to join, kind of like form a pyramid here, they'll be under you, bloodbound to you. And if they learn any magical secrets, you got to tell them to me, but you get to learn their magical secrets. And then they can get 2 more... wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh my gosh! To be fair, you mostly ran a duet. Yeah, that is fair. In Vampire, I ran a full coterie. In Werewolf, I was running a one-on-one game. As you all know, pyramids are the stronger structures. They are like just functionally they are. Triangles, one of the like most robust shapes. Pyramids, one of the hardest to knock over buildings. That is why in all of the different cultures around the world, there are so many different pyramids across like Central America and North America and East Asia and India and like the Middle East and like all these different and Africa, like all of these different places that have pyramids. It's because if I take a rock and I put another rock and I put another rock, then I put 2 rocks on top of them, then put 1 rock on top of that, this is way more likely to not fall over than if I take the same number of rocks and do this. Also, it's easier to make this because maybe a person is this big. And so we have to get a rock up here and then get the rock up there and then slide it into place. Whereas up here, once we build up this foundation, we need to get a rock all the way up here, which is much more difficult. It must have been aliens. Listen. Oh, I recently saw a post and it dealt psychic damage, and I need this to deal psychic damage to you as well. Humans and society are built around an obsession with rectangles. I want you to look around right now at how many rectangles are in your room. I have my 2 monitors, that's 2 rectangles. I have my phone, that's a rectangle. My keyboard, rectangle. My mousepad, rectangle. My table, rectangle. All of my soundproofing, those are all rectangles. Each of the walls in my room, that's rectangle. All of my windows are rectangles. My roommate's posters that are in the apartment, like rectangles. My shelving unit, all those shelves are rectangles. My PC, the tower, is a rectangle. The thing my PC is sat upon because I want to keep it off of the ground is a rectangle. Like, my bed is a rectangle. This bin that I still haven't emptied since moving here over a year ago, rectangle. This filing cabinet, rectangle. This trash can made up of rectangles. Like, do rectangular prisms count as 6 rectangles? Yes! Yes, every wall of your room is a rectangle. You've been downed by psychic damage, please help. Best I can do is deal more psychic damage. Wanna know why? If not rectangle, ball. Human, not rectangle. Human ball? The cult of Pythagoras has ruined everything. Listen, not as bad as Euclid. Like, listen, we live in a non-Euclidean world where non-Euclidean geometry is the norm. Euclidean geometry is geometry that happens on a flat plane. We live on a rock, on a sphere, on a curved plane. However, Euclid, with his Euclidean geometry, led to writers such as Lovecraft, who did not understand this, making non-Euclidean geometry the standard of eldritch entities. Which means that all who followed and follow the conventions of Lovecraft as set out like 100 years prior pay homage to this false idol, Euclid. Shout out to Euler, by the way. Love that dude. The torso is just a rectangle? Well, not if it's an hourglass. Like what do you want about? Like if I am over here, like, you're gonna tell me this is a rectangle? You're gonna tell me I got that rectangle build? No. I have a bust, waist, hip ratio that makes it so that there's a notable decrease in my waist as opposed to my hips. And I might be bottom heavy, but that is, if anything, that is like pear shaped. That's not rectangle shaped. That's two triangles. That is what an hourglass is. What do you think an hourglass is, huh? What do you think an hourglass is? Do you think it's a rhombus? No, it's not a rhombus. It's not do you know what a rhombus is? A rhombus is a quadrilateral that has four angles that are each parallel. Each opposite one is parallel, and they're not right angles. So that's why it's always going to be askew and slanted, is because a rhombus will have two acute angles that are opposite each other and two obtuse angles which are opposite each other. An hourglass can last longer than An hourglass cannot last longer than 13 seconds. I get winded, okay? I went out running the other day. I went out running, like running, because I was talking with a friend, and I got so tired so quickly. I got so exhausted because normally I go on like walks that involve jogging. I don't go on runs. And so I like ran, and I told my friend that I can't run more than a quarter of a kilometer. And he like just completely didn't process that. And then like an hour later, he's like, wait a minute. That's 250 meters. And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, can you not run 250 meters? And I'm like, no, I mean, I can. I was exaggerating, but like, I can't sprint it. Cute angles in my area. So all angles are in your area because you are a polygon. Even if you're a monogon, you're still a polygon. There are balls in there. Listen, balls are stored in the hourglass and sand is stored in the balls. To be fair, if you walked Lovecraft around a major city in modern times, he would be horrified. I think he would call me a slur. I think he would die, is what it was. He was scared of air conditioning, and he was scared of anyone that did not look or act like him. I'm from the Northeast, so I do got that going for me, but I speak like a Californian, and I'm also queer, which is ooky spooky scary to him. No. Sand should not be stored in the balls. No, I just said it is stored in the balls. I didn't say it's not stored in the balls. I didn't say it shouldn't be stored in the balls. I said that it is stored in the balls. When all my boyfriends and girlfriends left, I was polygon. Womp womp. Imagine what Lovecraft would write if he saw YouTube. I do think there are many things out there that would start a religious cult if shown to a caveman, kill a Victorian child, and lead to a new elder god in the Eldritch mythos if Lovecraft saw it. And like, you need something that can hit all three of those beats at once. Does anyone know the video? The one specific video where it's like, it's a rave and it has holographic projections and it's this like face that like peers out of the screen and it's like fire is going. It's like, like it's shooting lasers and whatever. And it's like, if you saw this to a caveman, they would probably like die of confusion. That would kill a Victorian child. That would spawn a new elder deity in the Lovecraftian mythos. And I think that would also spawn a real life deity in caveman mythos. The Shrek Rave? There's a Shrek Rave? What the frick? Isn't Shadow over Innsmouth partially inspired by him discovering his part Welsh? Yeah. So Shadow over Innsmouth is not partially inspired by that. That's like one of the main inspirations. The whole idea of the Shadow over Innsmouth is the main character is like in this small town, learning what happened with the town and how they're all like bound to Dagon and like the people are all fish people and they all like return back to the sea and whatever. And one of the fish people married a human, and that was the main character's like grandmother. And so he is like 1/4 fish person. And apparently that's enough that they accept him. So like he's just gonna go and like live with Dagon. But like Lovecraft found out that he was like, I think it was like 12% Welsh or something. Like not even like one of his grandparents was Welsh. Like one of his grandparents was like half Welsh. Are we going to send Hatsune Miku concert Lovecraft videos to Lovecraft? I do think if Lovecraft was alive today, he would be a fan of Hatsune Miku. And I don't say that because his personality. I don't say that because any reason other than I think it would be really funny to have Lovecraft be a fan of Hatsune Miku. Because all Mikus are canon. All Mikus are canon. And that means that, yes, Miku, the Eldritch Deity, which is our standard Miku, simply masquerading in a human form, is canon. I think the levels are Lovecraft is the lowest caveman, is the next top is Victorian child. I feel like, listen, is it a cognito hazard if it can kill a Victorian child simply by being shown to them? Because that is like, it is information that can harm them. However, Victorian children, famous for their lack of constitution, right? I think we need to find Rin Penrose and test this because he is a just absolute frail Victorian child that I think would keel over if exposed to so much as the blinding radiance of the truth and joy. Color Out of Space being made when Lovecraft learns there's colors humans can't see and instantly went, but what if these colors eat people? And it's one of my favorite stories. I mean, like, the color from Outer Space. The issue with it, from like a core premise perspective, like you're trying to describe something indescribable. And Lovecraft does this a lot, and he succeeds sometimes, he fails a lot of the time. He tries to describe something that he wants to impress as indescribable. And instead of doing anything like, I mean, like, oftentimes he does talk around it. He doesn't actually describe what it is. He much like an Unbeatable, talks around the thing that he's looking at. But with the Color Out of Space, like, with color in particular, assuming you're not colorblind or vision impaired, you're gonna just assume it's one color or another, right? So you might think it's like a sickly green, it's like a pale blue, it's like a deep magenta, and that's just like not scary because we as people will struggle to not just impose our own like sense of sight on it. Lovecraft's prose is so purple you'd think it was being strangled. Listen, Lovecraft's prose is so purple you'd think it was a color from outer space. What if the color from outer space was just Miku's color? I have great news for you. That is just the Darkest Dungeon Farmstead DLC. It is like a Miku fluorescent blue. And that is exactly what you're asking about. It is indescribable, proceeds to describe it. It's indescribable, proceeds to describe it. Laugh at these users. They said the same message. They said the same joke. Nick Cage color out of space slaps so hard. I mean, like, impossible colors do exist. Don't bring up the mantis shrimp. The mantis shrimp is not what everyone thinks it is. The fact that they have so many more cones in their eyes is not because they can see so many more colors than us. It's because their cones are simpler than ours, and to see the same amount of colors, they need to have far more cones in their eyes. Don't hit me with that. They captured the color out of space and put it in a Baja Blast. No, Miku, no! Lovecraft found out about ultraviolet light and realized he needed to do a lot of cleaning very quickly. Listen, like... Ew, ew. Ew. I didn't realize you were going that direction. We all know Lovecraft wasn't getting any. Like, wasn't his wife, or did he divorce her? He married a woman that, like, had more money than him. And I think she was Jewish. Despite the fact he was, like, not the best about that particular group of people. Funny enough, the void in Warframe is meant to be impossible to perceive by others, but for us, it's just cyan. I mean, like, and that's the thing, right? Is that whenever you have something, particularly in a visual medium, right? Books, you can sometimes get away with it, but particularly in a visual medium. If I make a movie and I try to make a monster that is horribly indescribable, and then, oops, it's just tentacles and mouths and eyes. Want to know what's going to happen? The monster lovers in the audience are going to say, hear me out. That's what's going to happen. No one's going to be scared of it. They're going to be like, ah, yes, I've seen this before. Cthulhu, right? His cousin, by the way? No, that was Poe. I think her was you're one of the good ones. Ugh. Oh, I got you're one of the good ones recently. So on my recent, like, Petra Parker video, I did a voiceover. Oh, I forgot. I just realized I'm still huge. Hi. I forgot that the chat wasn't working. And so I was confused why chat wasn't moving. And then I realized that I was on the page where I did not add the scuffed chat version. Why the OG Silent Hill games were so good. The monsters were scary, but the fog, the doubt was scary. Exactly. And so something to keep in mind is that, like, horror is more than what's on screen. I would go so far as to say the thing that's on screen is literally the least important bit. It is the ambiguity. It is the implication. It is the tease that is scariest. And I think it's very divisive. Do you show the monster? I have a monster movie and we're at, like, the 90% point and we're in the climax and we're about to defeat the monster. This entire time it's been hidden. It's been killing people from the side. All you've seen is one of its tails that has a twin-bladed hook at the end, of which a single finger wriggles and writhes growing from the end of it. And at one point in the darkness, you saw 5 compact insect-like eyes scattered about with a bioluminescent pentagram glowing between them. Ooh, ooh, in the dark, ooh. And, like, that's all you've seen of this thing. Do you show the monster? I think 9 times out of 10, I think no. I think that if you want the monster to remain scary, you gain more benefit from never showing it than by showing it in the last 10%, right? I know you say it depends on the monster, but, like, I think that even, like, in the Xenomorph Alien, it got most of its benefit from not being shown in the movie. And in the few scant scenes where you do see it, it's a little goofy. And then obviously Alien has changed over time, where Alien shifted from a horror franchise to an action franchise. So showing the monster is a requirement because you need cool monsters to fight. Right? And similarly, Predator is a movie where you don't see Predator for most of it. It's not visible for most of it. But because it's an action movie, it's an 80s action flick, the goal is not for it to be scary. The goal is for it to be a threat to be overcome. And so Arnold Schwarzenegger does overcome it. Describing the monster cringe, describing what's left of their victims horror. I mean, like, no. Describing the monster, hog. Describing what's left of their victims, also pog. Describing the monster as indescribable, unpog. Does that make sense? If you're going to describe, for instance, I have a story I'm writing, or rather a story that I wrote that I'm editing. It has a monster in it. I describe the monster in full. I have two big monsters. I describe both of them in full glorious detail because the goal is to fight them. The goal is that they are threats, but they are not horror, right? They are not intended to be ambiguous. The threat needs to be present to you so you know what the threat is. I genuinely despise that we have a name for the alien. I mean, so, like, xenomorphs? Like, xenomorph as a name for the species of creature, I think it's fine. Right? Particularly, again, because it's an action series now. Seeing pieces of the monster does better than showing its whole. Exactly. And I think that 9 times out of 10, you don't show the full monster ever. You just show pieces of it. You just show its head, you show its tail, and you show one of its arms. And wow, what do you know? A lot of older movies did this because they didn't have CGI, and in the props department, they didn't want to make a full puppet. So they made a single claw, they made the tail, and they made like a full head of it where LEDs were hidden behind the eyes. And so the head was always hidden in darkness. So the prop team, the artist, the director all knows what the monster's head looks like, but the audience never sees that. I mean, xenomorph is definitely not what they call themselves. Well, like, can they communicate? Fun fact, I have only seen Alien and Alien vs. Predator. I have not actually, or I've also seen, Predator. Yeah, so that's Predator. That's not Alien. So, yeah, I haven't seen Aliens, Alien 2, Alien 3. I haven't seen none of that. I think a filmmaker that could capture atmosphere in a horror beats out a horror movie with good creature design all the time. So, it's also what you're there for, right? Personally, I have never been a fan of, like, gore. So, like, slasher flicks don't really appeal to me. The idea of, like, a dude, like, or like, jump scares, like, these all feel cheap to me. I like dread. I like tension. I like building to a climax before, like, it all releases at once. I prefer for it to stick with me after. And I think that there is a certain art to having something that lingers in the back of your mind afterwards. That makes you question what exactly you saw and what the implications behind it are and what might happen going forward. And maybe it doesn't scare you. I maintain, and bully for you if you can do this. Scaring people is one of the most difficult things you can do in all of fiction, at least to me. I can make people laugh. I can make people sad. I can make people angry. I can give people catharsis. I can make people nervous. I can make people have dread. Scaring people is one of the hardest things to me. Because when it comes to fear, not only is what someone's scared of very idiosyncratic, even more so than, like, for instance, if I add a dog to a piece of fiction and I make the dog really cute and the dog does really cute things and its name is Scout And Scout goes around and tries to help out, but Scout's a little clumsy. And then Scout loves peanut butter, and for whatever reason is obsessed with peanut butter. And oh no, Scout just died. Someone shot Scout in the back of the head. Oh my gosh. Scout, I'm so sad. Your little bandana that had the little paw print on it is covered in blood. Scout is dead. Scout will never get peanut butter again. Like, that's gonna make someone sad. That made me sad. I don't like it when dogs die. That's easy. Romance, pretty easy. Like yes, obviously, a lot of people insta love it. A lot of people overblow how to handle romance, and they're just like, oh, boy meets girl. This is a cishet couple. They're both in love now. That's not that great, but getting people to care about two characters is pretty easy. They just really need chemistry. They need lives apart, but circumstances together. If you need any further information on that, look at any two characters that people ship. They need to have some degree of like a relationship where they have some degree of chemistry. They might hate each other. They might love each other. They might be really good friends. They might, one might be a foil to the other, but they need to have separate lives and circumstances that put them together. Boom. People can believe in their love. Making people laugh, fun, like jokes, comedy. Again, that's basically based on vibes. If I try to like raw dog it and cold call make you laugh, that's probably going to be way more difficult than if I'm writing a comedy and every like other paragraph there's a joke and the vibes are very light and it's very silly and whimsical. And if I'm streaming where I'm just kind of doing a stream of consciousness and I'll say one thing and then another thing and then I'll subvert it and then you're like, oh, haha, Arrow, you silly. Like I can make people laugh, maybe not all the time. It's not necessarily easy, but like laughing, romance, comedy, sadness, catharsis, all of these are emotions that you can draw upon. And they're much easier than genuine fear. Because genuine fear requires a couple different things. One, it needs to be something that's going to scare the other person. If I'm writing about the hash slinging slasher and you don't care about slashers, that's not a fear that you have. You don't care about serial killers or murderers or anything like that. That's not going to scare you no matter how well I write it, right? Because that's just not what you're scared by. Same thing if I write about the ocean. Ooh, ocean scares me. If you're not scared of the ocean, if you love the ocean, that's not going to scare you. It's not going to freak you out. Like maybe it'll make you feel like nervous, but it's not going to scare you in the same way it would scare me, right? Then you need to present it in a way that leaves ambiguity. Because the best way to make someone scared of something is to let their mind do all of the work. Even more so. Again, think about shipping. If I have two characters, if people are invested in their relationship, they will think about what their other interactions would be like, and they'll write fanfic, or they'll draw fan art, or they'll just talk about it with their friends. And so like they fill in the gaps with their mind. The same thing with fear, with horror, with terror. And you also have to have it like genuinely be tense, right? When you are at ease, when you're complacent, when you are calm, even if you're in scared circumstances, you're going to not be as scared. For instance, if you're going bungee jumping, you might chew gum and then spit it out before you jump down, please. Because your body has a natural response to chewing, going, okay, we're eating food. We're not in a scary circumstance. We can calm down now. You need to remove that feeling of, okay, I'm reading a book. I'm calm now. I'm watching a movie, I'm calm now. You need to remove that by adding tension. Let them get lost in the secondary world. Crank it up so that they no longer feel at ease on their chair or in their bed or on their couch, right? Then you have the ambiguity of something that is tuned to try and scare them. And that's why it's so hard, is because if I write about the ocean, and I leave enough ambiguity that there's something down there, And I keep it tense. And night is falling. And you're out of gas on your boat. And you're going to have to wait until daybreak. Until there is time where a rescue boat could come. And suddenly you see 2 moons. One above you in the sky. And one below. But it's not the reflection. It blinks. Whoa, scary, ooh, tense, ambiguity. And then like you don't reveal the Kraken or the megalodon or the monster or whatever. Like you just like leave it there. It's tense. There's stakes. It's ambiguous. It's scary. But if you don't care about the ocean, if you're not scared of the ocean, that's not going to bother you, right? Contradictory to the examples, I grew up afraid of dogs, so I'm a lot less empathetic towards dogs that die in media, so it's a lot harder to give me care about dogs. And that's always going to be the case. There's always going to be, like, for instance, I am notorious, and people have seen this time and time again, and I will on stream have people tell me, oh, you're going to cry in this game, and I'm like, I probably won't, and then I don't. Like, Unbeatable I didn't cry at, Signalis I didn't cry at, Disco Elysium I didn't cry at, Armored Core 6 I didn't cry at, I haven't cried thus far at 1000 X Resist, I doubt I'm going to. There was one point, actually, where I did get more emotional than I thought I would in 1000 X Resist. And I was not expecting this. And this was one of the flashback sequences to Iris and her parents. And I don't remember what it was, but it was something about like the way her mother was talking to her. I was just like, oh, that hits. Oh, ooh, no, right? Like the powers manifesting in combination with humanity of the antagonist of the story, like the horror telepath with PTSD. On a different note, superpowered horror feels like an untapped market. Okay, so the reason superpowered horror doesn't work that much. Good to know for the Arrow Kisser Omega fic I'm writing. Is that what people call it? I thought it was called ABO. Is it called Omega Fix? I didn't realize that. The reason superpowered horror doesn't really work is because superpowers increase agency. The more agency you have, the less tense you feel. If you're playing a TTRPG where you have awesome vampire powers and you're super powered with your awesome vampire powers, you don't really feel scared. However, there is tension still with the beast. And that's why, despite the fact it's a gothic horror game, I don't really get the whole idea of, oh, it's personal horror story. Because, like, maybe it's just that as a GM, I'm very permissive and I give my players a lot of agency because that's what I do with my friends. I found in Vampire, I'm not ever scared. I'm nervous. I'm anxious. I don't want to succumb to my beast, but I'm not scared of what's going to happen, right? I'm not scared of the horror of the situation, of my character slipping down the track of humanity. I just kind of look at that and go, eh. That's why in my Cthulhu Power Rangers game, my fail states affect NPCs and communities, not the players themselves. And that's what I do. A lot of my fail states I apply to NPCs, communities, objects, things the characters care about, not the characters themselves. You recommend House of Leaves? House of Leaves is one I really, like, I want to check that out. I know the broad strokes of it. But, like, come on. Reading House of Leaves, I gotta. Just try and add horror to a 5e game at level 5 when the party has all of the sheets that center around killing monsters. That's what I'm saying, is that, like, that's why Curse of Strahd doesn't work. I've said this time and time again. Curse of Strahd sucks as a module. Not because Strahd is a bad villain, not because Barovia isn't a good setting, not because, like, the module is poorly written, but because D&D 5e is not a horror game. It's just not designed around that. Everything in the game is designed around making you more powerful and better at killing monsters and having more agency. Why would I be scared of this if I can kill it? And if I encounter something, I'm level 5. I encounter something that's CR 19, I'm not scared. I'm thinking, okay, I can't beat this. I'll come back when I'm higher level. I need to avoid this. I need to survive. I might be panicked. I may be surprised, but I'm not scared of it. Even if it is Cthulhu with the eyes and the tentacles and the monsters, or if it is a ferocious creature that can rip me to shreds. By the time you actually fight Strahd, the wizard and cleric can bully him. I mean, the wizard and cleric can bully everyone. One example I can think of where superpowers can actually turn into actual horror is Worm, especially with Slaughterhouse 9 in the final arc. Good to know. I mean, like, you can have horrifying powers, but particularly as a game, it's hard to give the players something that is cool that they're then also scared by. And like maybe this is just like a skill issue. Maybe this is entirely me, like, VTuber yells at clouds because VTuber can't like run horror effectively. But in my experience, horror and fear and scaring players is like the hardest thing you can do. Particularly given in a TTRPG. Players are there to have fun. Even if they say they're there to be scared, they're there to have fun being scared. And they're with their friends. It is much easier to scare someone who's alone. It is much easier to scare someone who does not have the support network of their friends to rely upon either in quiet camaraderie or by making jokes and lightening the tone. Trying to scare a group of players, particularly in a system like D&D or like Drawsteel or Lancer, just I don't think is possible. I don't think it's feasible. I think it'd have to be supers as slasher-esque movie monsters. I mean, that's why it can work in fiction, right? In fiction, you can have super-powered horror. Particularly if you have a situation like, my power is super strength. However, every time I use my super strength, I get a little dose of radiation. I'm giving myself cancer every time I use my power. And it's like, oh, that sucks. But that's not really scary, right? I have the power of teleportation. However, when I teleport, I have to pass through the mirror dimension, where everything is a mirror of myself and the world around me. And if I lose my way, I'll be trapped in the mirror dimension forever. Like, that's kind of existential. That's not really scary. Particularly given by the fact that in most media that has superheroes, the vibes are not trying to be horror. No, I think that if from the ground up you made a setting that is all horror, that also has supers, and the supers all have powers that suck to use. And that's the point. The point is that the powers suck. I think you could make it work. But at that point, that's like, yeah, of course. Like if you take all of these circumstances to try and set up for it. If you try to make a situation where every single star aligns, I'd be shocked if you couldn't make it work. Well, so Nightcrawler isn't a demon. He's like a half demon, right? He's like part demon. Oftentimes my attempt at horror in 5e turns into annoyance or confusion. Yeah, 5e is one of the worst systems for that. Maybe the horror itself is less from the powers, but maybe something separate. Like, say your player has to fight another party from an enemy kingdom. I mean, like, even then, like, if I have fireballs, and every time I use my fireball, I lose the candle that is my life, sputters one more moment more. And if I use too many fireballs in quick succession, my candle will go out and I'll die. That's like a cool cost. And again, depending on the genre, depending on the framing of it, that will determine how like real of a cost that is. Greek heroes had similar costs of like, oh, my life is tied to this block of wood. If it's set on fire, then I die. right? If it burns up completely, I die. That's not horror, that's cool. Hey, Farrell. I find it funny that Fate of all games said it was impossible to run horror in it as well, but when it eventually tried, the results still better than Curse of Strahd. I mean, I make a system. My system is your silly guys, where you do silly stuff. I then make a module for the silly guy system where you're in the serious world. You're silly guys. You have to do serious stuff. And if you don't, well, you're not going to be silly no more. And like that's the kind of thing where it's like, that sounds so stupid. That's horror. That is a weird horror. That's an odd horror. That's not a typical form of horror, but that is horror. Silly guys doing silly stuff, and a module where you're in a serious world where doing silly stuff punishes you, and you're being ground down by bureaucracy, and it is like societal, systemic, like economic horror. It is business horror. It is personal horror of losing your silliness, your whimsy. Like, that's a form of horror. Yeah, man, it's a dog-eat-dog world. Like, that's not good horror, but it's more effective and thematically resonant than Curse of Strahd. That is changing the dreaming. That is just changing the dreaming. I will say that. I usually borrow from the Celtic mythos when I do horror and fantasy settings, like how unicorns are very vain and you legally have to feed its ego or else you get killed. I mean, like, yeah, it's also like, wasn't it unicorns, if you aren't a virgin and you see it, it tries to kill you. Like it's not just like, oh, it respects the pure powers. Like, no, if you're not like virginal, it will kill you if you look upon it. The Book of Magical Regulations is my favorite horror novel. Oh my gosh. I mean, like a little mage, but mostly changeling. Mostly changeling. Oh gosh, we have quite a few Q&A questions. Oh, I was playing Civ 6 with my buddy last night, and I make noises. I decided, and don't ask me why, I would name all of my cities after noises I made. So I'm on call with my friend and I'm just like, hey, can you transcribe this for me? And he would be like, okay, so that's like a EMPH. And so I would name one of my cities EMPH after the noise I just made. And so that's what I was doing. And I decided that I would go to war with everyone. I wanted to be, in grand strategy games, I tend to be very economic oriented, very diplomatic. I wanted to play a game where I just like go to war. And so I decided to go to war. I was, gosh, I was the Zulu because we chose random. And I was a Zulu. I was going to go to war with the Inca, but the Congo didn't like me. So I went to war with the Congo instead. So I went to war with the Congo. And eventually I formed a religion. And naturally, because all of my cities were named after noises, I named my religion ASMR. And so now what I do is I go around and I named the save War ASMR. And I go to your empire and I take your cities. I already took the Congo's capital. And I start playing ASMR for you. And then I rename your city to whatever ASMR I did. Saying ICAST is completely optional in the Magical Code of Regulations, but you legally have to say something along the lines of, by code 702.1, I legally declare to cast Fireball. Yeah. Yeah. I watched a video talking about that. That's really silly. It's something that I think is really funny prop. I don't think I would even like skim it is my issue. I would just have it just because I think it's funny, but I don't think I would actually get use out of it. Mommy ASMR. Hey, you can make a religion out. Nope, don't. Listen, one of the thoughts that I did have is that on the speedrunning TTRPG, like how fast I say TTRPG, one of the thoughts was I would have a punishment wheel. And I was trying to think of what punishments I could do. And one of my thoughts was like, what if I just like speak in ASMR voice? So I have to like talk like this and whisper directly into the mic. And I have to like do whispery ASMR voices. So I have to like whisper right into the mic. And I don't actually know how effective this is at communicating. But I feel like you would hate this after like 10 seconds of it. Because I don't know about you. I don't listen to ASMR. I don't know what ASMR people do. And I learned like fairly recently that like everyone in my life listens to ASMR. Like my roommate listens to it. My friend who I was playing Civ with, no, he listened to white noise. One of my other friends listens to ASMR. Like people listen to ASMR much more than I realized. That is not ASMR. Zulu ASMR sounds like it would just be screaming the sounds battle. No, that's why the save is called War ASMR, because it is just the sound of screaming and people dying. My mic cut out for a second. I think you shouldn't talk at all. Just make generalized facial expressions and draw what you mean angrily. Applaud. I need you to applaud me. Applaud right now. I need it. I need the validation. I like the ones that are just lesbian romance audio dramas. What? Oh, ASMR. Like I was like, huh? Man, the silent movie go crazy. I know. Oh, like magic and Chinese Taoism, where there are papers that just go dark spirits by order of the Jade Empire. Heck off. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, like, I don't know. I've talked about this before. I've done an ASMR as a joke, like an ASMR, or it was like a more of a role play. The B Club one, because I thought it was funny. I have done like a couple different role plays, and I feel really weird about them, particularly when they like venture into the world of like GFE. Or like if they're related to the idea of like affirming the listener. Because I feel like if anything, if you come to me, it's when I'm degrading you, right? I feel like if you're going to come into my chat, listen to my stream, and you don't want to be insulted, you're in the wrong spot. And so I feel like I need to remain like a hostile actor towards my community. Construction ASMR, jackhammer noises. Hey, I'm walking here. like that's the kind of stuff I think is really funny. Like POV, like ASMR walking by a construction site. It's just like jackhammer going like right outside my house. I've heard multiple times now jackhammers going off as people are like working on their driveways or whatever. And I'm like, dang, that sucks. I have no hands in this text-based world, can't clap. Union mandated break ASMR. I am... So like, if it was a union mandated break ASMR, would it be like the ASMR of a union mandated break? Or would it be like normal ASMR that goes on for like 30 seconds and then 15 minutes of silence and then another like you finish the rest of your shift of normal ASMR? I think that would be funny. Unbeatable got nominated for a Game Soundtrack Award. Awesome. Is that recent? I've been playing Unbeatable off stream. Now that I've beaten Unbeatable, now that I've defeated Unbeatable, I've been playing the arcade mode a bit. I'm gonna be so real with you. After the Lancer video or videos, I think the next video in the pipeline might be me talking about Unbeatable. And I would love to put together a video of like a long play. I don't think people would watch it is the issue. And so what I'll probably do is I'll probably make a video talking about Unbeatable and how... And I might like roll it in with Signalis where I make a video basically saying why good stories can make you play games you would otherwise never play. I'm not a rhythm gamer. I'm not a survival horror gamer. I am not someone that enjoys those genres per se. In fact, I would go so far as to say I don't enjoy rhythm games. But with Unbeatable, I enjoyed the plot enough and the characters enough that I'm now like playing the arcade mode. And now in the arcade mode, I'm hitting the point where I can feel the vibes of how good it feels when you're playing a game where the mapping is lined up to the actual, like, what you're listening to. I played, I really enjoyed Do No Harm. The song from the arcade. Because there's a time where not only do the long notes line up with the melody, there's this really slick sequence because it's a 2-button game where it's you have the top button, you have the bottom button, and there's a juggle note that when it enters one, you hit it, it bounces up, and on the second beat after that, you have to hit it on the top note. And there's a sequence where it goes juggle note, juggle note, juggle note, juggle note. And it's like, it's in a 4-beat melody as part of the song itself, followed by a string of hold notes. And it's just so satisfying. Yeah, I just beat Unbeatable. They can delete it now. A water cooler burbling in the background of the union mandated break. Oh my gosh. So, it's only been 3 hours. I think I'm going to start the Q&A section, and I think I'm going to wrap up like a really early, like 4-hour section. Loner is personally your favorite mapping? Okay, Loner is a little slow, and I like the lyrics of it from what I've heard, but I didn't actually like try it yet. I'm working my way through. I played the other Jamie Page songs. Because I have the Jamie Page DLC, because very humorously on stream, someone told me you should buy Unbeatable. And I said, yeah, well, I don't really got the funding for that. And someone donated for me to buy Unbeatable. So I bought Unbeatable. And then I was like, okay, cool. And then they donated more and said, and the DLC too. And so I bought the Jamie Page DLC. So I just played Unbeatable. I played the Jamie Page DLC off stream. I might do a Discord stream. I really want to do another Discord stream soon. But the Jamie Page DLC in Bird Brain, at one point in the interlude, it's just like really quiet instrumental, and in the distance you just hear Teto the Vocaloid go, "Ah, my penis! Ah!" Just like off in the distance. And so what they did in the game is you hear, "Ah, my..." Teto, you can't say that in a video game. And they just like censor it by just having someone tell the Vocaloid you can't say that in a video game. And apparently in the radio edit, they say you can't say that on the radio, except in Australia, apparently, because in Australia they played it without censoring. And that is so funny to me. The idea of the art of censorship. Although what I will say is that there is one particular form of censorship that I think was really class. I think this was the radio edit of the Wu-Tang Clan's... Was it the Sixth Chamber? Like the entire album? Or was it just Protect Your Neck? But anyway, what they did is, because it is inspired by 70s and 80s martial arts movies, what they did, and like Shaolin sword fighting, anytime there's a curse word for the radio edit, they have this like sword unsheathing noise, and it goes on the beat, and it is drawn out or sped up to fit the cadence of the rhythm. And so it'll be going, and yes, it does get censored, but it's an SFX overlaid atop the lyrics that matches not just the vibes and not just the musicality, but also like the narrative of the actual song. And it's one of the coolest ways that I've seen an artist censor their own work. I think the sound of the break will depend on the organization the union is part of. Well, so we have a union. Like, if in case you don't know, you, as viewers of the channel, are unionized. That is why on the error chord, it is also known as the union, because we had a whole arc where I was an unjust establishment that my community unionized against me, and then you made a list of demands that I then acquiesced to, such as giving you more than one text channel in the Discord. Imagine if we were at where we are right now with one channel in the Discord. That would be very funny. It would also suck. So I'm going to start doing the questions. If you have a Q&A, just drop it right there. What's my opinion on rules light games? Do I have a favorite? So rules light is very vibe specific. When I think rules light, I think like a one-page TTRPG, lasers and feelings. I think Honey Heist. I think Goblin with Fat Ass, Everyone is John, Kick Ass and Bubblegum. Any of these that are like a one page, maybe a couple pages, they give you the basic core mechanic, i.e. this is how you like roll dice. And they might give you like a little limited bit of like, here are some items that you can use, or here's like a tag system you can use. I like rules light systems. And in my deving, when I make a game just for fun, I tend towards more rules light, mostly due to, well, ease. It's much easier to make a more rules light system. That said, I do feel like rules light systems are almost always lacking. And every time I've seen a rules light system of whatever length it might be, I always look at it and go, you could just be a little longer. You could just have a little bit more there. For instance, lasers and feelings. One of like the most popular one-page TTRPGs, one of the most popular TTRPGs out there. Anytime you do anything, you roll 1d6. You have a lasers roll and you have a feelings roll. I believe lasers is you want to roll under whatever your stat is, and a feelings roll is roll above, and you choose a stat between 2 and 5. And so that means that if I choose a 5, I'm really good at lasers, which is basically everything left brain, and I'm really bad at feelings, which is basically anything right brain. Similarly, if I have a 2, I'd be very bad at lasers, very good at feelings. And then if I have like a 3 or a 4, I'd be more in the middle. However, if I roll exactly equal to what I rolled, for instance, if I roll exactly equal to what my number is, if I roll 2 and my stat is 2, I roll lasers and feelings and I get like a super success. And this is like the entire system, right? There's a little bit more, there's a little bit of like, oh, build out your ship. Here's some like prompts in order to get you started on like a jump start. I feel like you could do something more with this without adding more than like 2 paragraphs of text. I feel like you could add in a system, like it already says that you like have a bodysuit and a phaser, and like based on what your role is, you'll have like one other gear. I think it would be reasonable to say that, hey, you have, if you have under, I don't know, let's say this. If lasers is you roll under the stat, so you're better at lasers the higher your number is, I would say your health equals whatever your number is. So if I have a 2, I'm really good at feelings, but I have very low health, and I'm also bad at lasers. However, you have something else, which is like, you have something else that is equals to 6 minus, right? And so you have something where if you have a low number, you have a low health, you're bad at lasers, left brain stuff, but you're really, really good at feelings. But if you have a high number, you're really good at lasers, really bad at feelings, but you have a high health and a low something else. And like just something like that. So something simple like that would just add a little bit more of a framework to it. Maybe something where it's items. Whenever you make a roll, you can use an item. It can give you a plus or a -1, or maybe instead of that, it gives you a reroll. However, after you use an item, you can't use it again, whether because and you decide if it's broken, it needs to recharge, or you lose it. Like something like that. Just something beyond just literally entirely roll the dice and that's it. But that being said, that's not a fault of the system. The system is designed. We want this to be, you have 1d6, you choose a stat 2 to 5, you set up a premise of the game as a group, and you go. I don't think that's the fault. I don't think that's a bad thing for this game. I just personally, anytime I see a rules light system, that's the kind of stuff I'm thinking about. That's the kind of stuff where I'm like, well, I want there to just be a little bit more, right? I don't even want it to be like, oh, I want you to have like different types of rolls. I don't want it to be like you can add extra dice. Like a little bit like, what can items do for you? Is there a health tracker? Is there any specialties that you get like a bonus because you're better at one thing over a different thing outside of just lasers and feelings? I ran a lasers and feelings campaign. I don't have a lot of experience with roleplay centered games, so it's kind of a mess. That's fair. You gotta learn somehow. Things like Electric Bastion Land. I don't know Electric Bastion Land. The only one I know is Mythic Bastion Land. And that's from the Quinn's Quest video. So if what you're talking about is larger games that nevertheless are very light on their rules, i.e. Vampire the Masquerade, and how it handles not just combat, but also social circumstances, and also like what you're expected to do with the plot. That's the kind of stuff I love. I have learned to love. So, okay. As a young arrow, when I was just a wee little arrow, I had it in my head that I wanted the game to be really concrete. And then I could build off of it. And I was really frustrated with games that did not explicitly state and lay out all of the foundational groundwork. And the more rules light it was, the more frustrated I was with it. Not because I was slavishly devoted to the system and like following the rules, but instead because I felt more comfortable building off of and breaking rules as written and doing my own thing. I am now much more comfortable, and I have a preference for rules that don't get in the way. If a rule is trying to tell me you can move 5 squares and each square is 5 feet, so you can move 25 feet in your turn. However, if you take the dash action, you can move another 4 squares or another 20 feet, but that movement has to be all in one contiguous line. I would just say, no. You made the game. I'll handle the running it. And so like I can then adjudicate on the fly, like you can move a short distance. What does that mean? Whatever matters. Whatever is important in the moment. I am much more comfortable with like loosey-goosey rules. I am much more comfortable with rules that require me as the GM to improv on the fly. Because like ultimately, I have had a shift in my schema and how I run and play these games, where at this point, my main goal is fun. If you want to run up to the tank and slide underneath it and try and like shoot it in its undercarriage because you know that's exposed, like sure, you can try to do that. I don't care. You can only move a short distance and technically it's more of a medium distance away. Like it would be fun for you and fun for the group and not ruin the game if you did that. So go for it. Yeah, sure. Meanwhile, if the tank is 40 feet away and you have a move speed of 30 feet, you just can't do that. When the rules are so explicitly listed out that like it is concrete baseline, yeah, I could let you ignore that. But then that's less, oh, I'm letting you do a cool thing because it's cool, and more, I'm breaking the rules and ignoring the rules. Suddenly the rules don't matter no more, right? That's the difference there. And so I've actually had a schema shift about that. So I prefer rules light. Now, assuming it's like a Vampire the Masquerade, a City of Mist, a Paranoia, a game that is much more rounded out, like a one page. I feel like the point of Lasers and Feelings isn't rules light, but specifically one-dimensional. Adding a little bit more defeats the point. I mean, that's the thing, is that I'm someone who, I think what I like is I like a rules light system. I think that's kind of like where I'm most comfortable. Because like Lancer, for instance. Are there rules? Probably. But are there rules for if there's a cliff here and you, in your mech, want to climb onto the cliff, climb up it, hang where this like little bush is, hide in the bush, and then when someone walks by, you want to drop on them. Like, yeah, sure, you can probably cobble together rules for that, but like that's just something I'd say, sure, make me a agility check, and then you're gonna need to make a hold check to maintain your position there, right? So agility check to climb up, and then hold check to stay in place, and then you hide, and then you just wait. You know what's bothered you? Vampire the Masquerade is considered rules light. Rules permissive is better. I mean, so that's the thing, right? Like when I say rules light, I'm saying like it doesn't track your movement in combat. You're allowed to just like do something, and it's probably gonna be okay. You don't have like tracked and listed actions that you have to do in a game, right? No, like I know you're just being pedantic, but like this is what I think of. I don't think calling Vampire the Masquerade rules permissive is a bad is a bad schema. I don't think that is wrong. I just personally feel like I feel like rules permissive and rules light are so similar, right? Rules light being that there's not a lot of rules, because there are a lot of rules in Vampire. There's rules about how you feed. There's rules about disciplines. There's rules about rouse checks. There's rules about resonances. And that's all aside from the stuff about humanity. That's aside from stuff about touchstones. That's aside from the actual die pools you're making. And so like, I feel like it is fair to say that Vampire the Masquerade has a lot of stuff going on, but like, it doesn't feel crunchy, you know? I'm mostly going off mouthfeel, and this does not feel crunchy. It feels quite light. Whereas D&D, Dagger, D&D, Drawsteel, Pathfinder, Lancer, these all feel crunchy. Similarly, Kane is another one I would say is rules permissive, not rules light. Despite the fact, I think Vampire the Masquerade is both rules permissive and fairly rules light. Because Kane is combat oriented. And so you have rules about what you can do in combat. You have choices you can make. Everything has a like defined cost to action. You have specific choices that you make. Vampire is just like, oh yeah, you can make like, you can do whatever you want on your turn. And if you want to do a second like minor thing, you can do it, but your main action gets a 2 die penalty. If someone shoots you and you don't have any way of defending yourself, they get a 2 die bonus. Like that, those are the kind of rules that Vampire has. Whereas Kane is like, if you do this, you get 1d3 sin. And if you do that, you instead take 1 stress. And if you do that, you can spend a Psyche Burst to avoid taking the damage, or else all of your actions are hard until the end of your next turn. Like that's the kind of stuff. I mean, I made a rules light game about being a taxi delivery person where you're moving around a city on a vehicle. It's got a detailed tracking that required a map. And yeah, like I think that rules light is a vibe. I think rules permissive encompasses rules light. I think rules light is a vibe. And to me, like Vampire the Masquerade, because yes, there is like this kind of core of you need to know about blood. You need to know about disciplines. You need to know about die pools. You need to know like, oh, how does like Diablerie work? But ultimately, like most of that doesn't come up in play. Most of what happens in play is I want to mentally dominate this person. Okay, they're an untrained mortal. I instantly mentally dominate them. I want to seduce this other vampire and then like pickpocket them while we're doing the deed. Okay, I roll seduction, like, and I role play with them. Boom, they're seduced, right? I activate awe to make it easier, right? When you have abilities that are like, I think that what makes it feel rules light is that even though there's a bunch of disciplines, all of the disciplines are like, awe, you get +1 die per point of presence to anything meant to make people like you more. So seduction, impressing people, the halo effect, getting people's attention, all applies to all of that. It doesn't define, you get the charming condition. The charming condition is defined as whenever you attempt to persuade, deceive, or get the attention of someone, including breaking them out of other conditions, you add bonus dice to it. Like, that is the difference to me. This is much more natural language, and this is much more open to interpretation even on the rules, which you could say is just rules permissive. I feel like that's rules light though. I don't know. Vampire the Masquerade is rules light, but if you need to find rules, it can get pretty slow because the books are laid out kind of poorly. Yeah, World of Darkness books suck at reference. And that's why I think that we need to get into the habit of, I don't want source books to go away, personally. However, I do feel like it would make a lot more sense. And you tell me if you would buy these, because I would not buy these. But I think that we should split up into rules and lore. And the rules should be softcover. Lore should be hardcover. I think the lore book should be the one. I mean, like, yeah, more games should have CompCon, but I think that's a bit of a cop-out because CompCon is so useful. CompCon is so amazing. And like the massive team is so permissive with it. I think more games should have, okay, here's our rules. And here's like an 80-page like book that is soft cover, that is just rules and nothing but rules. There's not even that much art. It's like mostly just rules. And then here we have the lore book. This is your hardcover. This has a beautiful cover. This has art on the inside. This has splash pages. This has like setting notes. This has lore. This has advice on how to run your game. Like, this is the fun one. This is the cool one. This is like the, okay, wait, how does a rouse check work? Let me flip it. Okay, table of contents, rouse check is on page 14. Flip over to page 14. It's a soft cover. It's super easy to transport. You can bring it to game day with you. You open it up. Awesome. Here's what a rouse check does. I think rules and lore should influence each other. I think they should too. And in Vampire the Masquerade, they do. Your mechanics are oftentimes inspired by directly your clan. Not always, but a lot of them. Same with your disciplines. I don't think that the mechanics need to have all of the lore accessible to them, though. I think that the intention, and maybe, call me crazy, this might be actually controversial. You have a rule booklet that is easy to transport. You have a lore hardcover that is hard to transport. Sell them in a bundle. Instead of one giant tome that's like 300 pages that has rules scattered about, separated by lore, and it's like $70, you instead charge, and maybe this would be like $80, maybe $90 because it's two different books, a rule booklet, and then you have the really nice hardcover lore hardcover. And then what you have to do is make separate available the rule booklet. I think it would make the most sense that you don't ever buy the lore hardcover by itself. I think it would make the most sense that you have the rule booklet plus the hardcover as a bundle. But then outside of that, if I'm running for my group, I'm running for Gerald and Grave and Monty, we need maybe 3 rule booklets for all 4 of us. So I buy the lore hardcover and the booklet. That's one. And then I buy 2 rule booklets. And the rule booklets are like $10. The rule booklets are like way, way, way cheaper because the rule booklets are required. I have an echo on my mic? What the frick? I think you might have stream open twice. You're crazy. Anytime I say call me crazy, everyone always just calls me crazy. Going by DLC rules, like you should have base rules, we should have expansions. I don't. People already do that. And I am on the take. I am of the opinion that I believe expansions are superior to DLC. And is this because I was raised with expansions? Yes. Are expansions actually better than DLC? Probably not. Are expansions still good? Maybe. But what TTRPGs have right now, what they do right now, is they have expansions. I'm going to buy Volo's Guide to Monsters. A monster expansion where I get a ton of different ones. So what's the difference? So an expansion in a TTRPG, or not in a video game sense. I'll say in a video game sense. DLC, oh my gosh, my voice. DLC, I offer this thing as a DLC that you can buy, and it gets added onto the game. Oftentimes, this will be cosmetic upgrades and like maybe a weapon and maybe like, ooh, a new DLC, or maybe like a new like a quest or whatever. Like the DLC tends to be smaller in scope. And often it used to be smaller in price. Now it's more comparable. Like there are games out there where it'll be like, hey, we're going to have a DLC, which is like 2/3 the price of the base game. That sucks. An expansion is the exact same thing, just scaled up. In my interpretation, when I think expansion, I think Brood War for StarCraft. I think Clash of the Titans for Age of Mythology. I think, I never played this, but like I think it's like Rise of the Lich King for World of Warcraft. The idea of an expansion is that the expansion might be like increasing the total amount of content in the game by like 30%. And so it's comparable in price to like 50%, maybe even 75% of the base game. I think of Rise of the Consortium with Empire at War. Star Wars. To me, an expansion is a comparable increase in the amount of content you get. For instance, you have a game, you have the starting area here, you have the end game area here, and you also have this area here, this area here, this area here. You have 5 different zones. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A DLC might give you extra weapons and quests related to Zone 3. An expansion would add Zone 6, which is only accessible via Zone 3. Does that make sense? Like when I think expansions, I think MMOs, right? I say expansions are a scope thing. Personally, I think a lot of expansions in the modern day are treated as DLCs and called DLCs. For instance, a lot of Paradox games, CK3, will release DLCs, which are functionally expansions. They increase the amount of content in the game substantially. Hear me out though, free game paid expansions like Guild Wars 2. Okay, so the issue with free game paid expansions is the same issue with free game paid cosmetics. Most of the time, the free game sucks. Like Guild Wars is an exception. Like, right? Like this is not a guarantee. This is not a definite. This is not an axiom of the universe. It's just oftentimes, if I make a free game, The free game probably sucks because I'm spending all of my time and energy making paid cosmetics for you to buy to support the studio. I'm making sucky expansions that are just reskins or extra grind or whatever it is so I can continue to pay the studio. The issue with the game being free is that even if I as the dev love this game, my boss is saying, focus on the paid stuff. This is just to open the door. We want to actually get them paying. And that's why so many gacha games suck. Because they want you to like pull for their characters, spend money on the gacha, gamble for their characters. Loot boxes are so predatory. Like that's why so many different games out there suck so bad. So if you're your own boss, then you would have to contend with the fact that you're making a game and you're trying to put in all the time and energy into this, and then you realize you didn't put any time and energy into your paid cosmetics or your expansions, and suddenly you can't afford to keep the game going. Like the reason the money people do that is not because they're like cold of heart and hate fun, but oftentimes they are. It's because that's like they need money. Like they need to justify the cost. Free game says you don't value your work, in my opinion. Even $1 says you get... No. So the thing with that is that a free game cannot support itself. Unless it's an odd thing, for instance, like in the TTRPG dev world, I can make free TTRPGs or supplements or anything like that. Because if I make those, you can support me on Patreon or by donating memberships or supas or Twitch subs or whatever. And that supports the channel. And this content is therefore free because I'm being supported by an external revenue stream. I could not release into the wide open world like an MMO that has server costs, that I had a bunch of upfront costs in trying to make it, all of the art assets, all of the mechanics, all the coding or whatever, and then actually put time and effort into making it quality if I'm not going to get a return on that investment. If a game is free, you're paying with information. Not always. Like there are good games out there that are free. Like Guild Wars is the example I think of, right? Guild Wars is the primo example of like a free MMO that did free MMOs right. Like Guild Wars 2 is one of those games where, like, much like Deep Rock Galactic, people are like, hey, how can I spend more money on you? How can I throw money at you to support this further? And that and that's when you get a sustainable game, is that like we can maintain it being free and we can continue to keep the game being quality because we're getting money, right? Yeah, or in-app purchases. That's the big one. That's the killer. For TTRPG, I assume DLC would be like standalone classes, books, and like, yeah, so that's the thing, is like, I make a TTRPG. I made the Neolithic, for instance, the game about a Stone Age civilization where you create a species and you have to evolve over time as magic fades from the world. If I release DLC where you have to pay me $5 to get access to enhanced alchemy rules, as well as 5 new creatures whose components are specifically called out in this new alchemy set, that gives me the ick. However, if I say, okay, pay me $20 and get a whole compendium of 25 new creatures of like 2 for each biome, and also there's new alchemy rules, as well as robust rules for spellcasting and rituals, and a lore section on how to build religion into your species. This feels significantly better to me, mouthfeel, even though it's 4 times as much money. Because this feels like a cash grab, right? This feels like I put in a bunch of effort and like I have a expansion launched with it. Now, the issue you get into here is what V5 did in Vampire the Masquerade. In Vampire the Masquerade, if I want to play the La Sombra, I need to buy the expansion Chicago by Night. If I want to play the Ban Joaquim, I need to buy the lore book about the Camarilla. This is the issue you run into. When it's expansions, you can't pick and choose. That, I think, is the main downside of having expansions, is that if all I want is the La Sombra as a class option, I don't want to have to buy Chicago by Night. I don't have to buy the Camarilla source book just for that Ban Joaquim. And that's why something like CompCon is so useful. It's because, man, I don't want to buy like all of No Room for a Wallflower, but I really want to check out the kid. Okay, I load up CompCon. I click on kid. I get all the kid information. Cool. Awesome. Now, if I want to run Wallflower, I'll pick up Wallflower. I care about Wallflower. I'm supporting the devs by buying Wallflower. But like mechanically, the player-facing stuff, it should be accessible, right? Yeah, and it's bad mouthfeel. I don't like the idea of making classes, particularly because, okay, I made D&D. I sell you the Artificer because it wasn't in the core book. What happens if the Artificer's broken? I just made the game pay to win. Okay, so I nerf it. Oh, okay, so you bought it because you wanted a broken class, and now I nerfed it after you bought it. Now you're upset at me. You really can't win in that circumstance. Similarly, if it's way underpowered, no one's gonna buy it. And then if I power it up, people are going to accuse me as the dev of just doing that to increase sales, even though, oh no, I tried selling the Purple Dragon Knight for like $5. The Purple Dragon Knight was not worth it. Let me bump up the Purple Dragon Knight. Like, oh, you're so greedy. You just want money. Like, no. So that's part of the issue with DLC, is that if you make it individually paid, everyone will be judging them as their own unique product. People will want to buy things that are more bang for their buck. And if they get nerfed, they will feel like you're stealing from them. If things are buffed because they were not strong enough mechanically, people will accuse them of only being buffed to sell more, because they're their own individual project. Now, if I sell the Sword Coast Adventure Guide and I proceed to buff the Purple Dragon Knight, because the entire Sword Coast Adventure Guide, which includes the Purple Dragon Knight within it, is more than just that one thing, very few people will accuse me of like buffing it just to sell more copies. I will still run into the issue though of if I have to nerf something in there, everyone that will get salty at me, because if I have to nerf a really powerful subclass in the Sword Coast Adventure Guide, there will be a non-zero amount of people who bought the Sword Coast Adventure Guide, spent $40, $50, $60 on it just to play that subclass, and then get pissed off at me because they feel like now they wasted $40, $50, $60, which they kind of did. And like, that's the issue, right? You actually paid for Harpodas because I thought it was so good. Yeah, exactly. And like, listen, if I can avoid paying for something, I probably will. Insofar as I can like procure stuff legally and I can like support the devs as much as I can, if it is freely accessible, I probably won't pay for it because I'm not in a position to. However, I understand that not everyone is like that. Not everyone is in a position where they can't really throw around money to support devs that they love. You can buy Harpodas even though it's freely accessible because it's so quality. It's just that good. I've seen plenty of games that sell classes and like separately, especially Powered by the Apocalypse games. Like, listen, I'm like Powered by the Apocalypse's biggest defender. Not even because I'm that big of a fan of it, but just because I'm a variety TTRPG channel, and so many people hate Powered by the Apocalypse. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like there's not a lot of trashy Powered by the Apocalypse systems. And I think that if you're a trashy Powered by the Apocalypse system and you charge $10 for your game, a lot of people are probably going to also pay $5 for an extra class, or like an extra like 3 classes and like 3 enemy types, right? You can probably get away with that. So it's just like, it makes sense economically. As someone who bought the Sword Coast Adventure Guide, yeah, I got scammed. Yeah, I'm so sorry for anyone who actually bought it. You pay Arrow to personally chew on every TTRPG book I purchase. I'm not sure what the benefit is, but trust. Listen, I think it would be very fun to have a panel at a convention where I can sign people's TTRPG books. But I would need something to like bless or curse it, right? Or maybe I don't do that with TTRPG books. Maybe I do that with dice. Like you hand me your die, and in the moment, I decide if I'm feeling generous or like spiteful. And I will mark your die with either like a gold pen if it is for like a gold marker if it is blessed, and a black marker if it is cursed. And I will like, I will read the aura of your die and give it back to you. And like, you can go forth and play Lancer with the D20 that Arrow blessed for you. And then you're going to roll in that one. And you're going to be like, curses! But yeah, Powered by the Apocalypse getting hated for popularity. I think it's not just popularity. I think it's just sheer quantity, right? A lot of people seem really frustrated with Powered by the Apocalypse. Most people have pointed out that their biggest frustration with it is it's the same game over and over, which I disagree with. That's like saying all D20 fantasy is the same game over and over. That said, I will say 2d6, 6 minus 7 to 10, 11 plus ain't unique. It's not special. I think this is a good system. It's not special, right? And, oh, right. I forgot. I need to do the Nerf gun. I need to shoot people with a Nerf gun. That would be like listen. I'm telling you, the way that I could do a convention is I can shoot anyone that comes up to greet me, and I have a Nerf gun. And prior to the convention, I write my name on a bunch of Nerf bullets. And you come up to me and you're like, hi, hey, what's going on? And I'm like, oh, it's so nice to meet you. Like, thank you so much for supporting the channel. Anyway, die. And then I shoot you. And then a Nerf bullet hits you. And then you get to pick it up and keep it. And then you get to keep the Nerf bullet that I signed for you and I shot you with. And it's just like, I just threat the entire, I have like, I don't know. I doubt I would get more than like 10 people trying to say hi. So I would have like a dozen Nerf bullets. And I would just like, pew, pew, pew. Sign using a well pen dipped in either bacon or coconut oil, depending on personal preference. I feel like I would have to go coconut oil just for, in case anyone's vegan. I wouldn't want to like upset anyone with that. Cursing my player's entire dice set just because. What a bizarre idea. Yeah, but like, do you not know that like we do that around here? Like we have firearms here for a reason. I engage in a little silliness. When a lot of devs left WotC, the low-level ones didn't get NDA, so they talked a lot about what Hasbro wanted to do, and the Hasbro execs tried to floating gotcha mechanics with the VTT. Listen, execs are gonna exec. I think that D&D hate is misplaced. I think frustration with it as a system is valid. But a lot of people like hate D&D 5e and I think it's virtuous to hate on it. And like I try to shut that down when I can because that's just not okay. WotC and Hasbro as executives, or executives in WotC and Hasbro, are oftentimes not the same people that are actually care about the game. And so they want to make money. And how do you make money? Games as service. That is why there's like in recent talks, there's talks of removing physical books and making all D&D books licensed, have to pay an upkeep on their VTT, on their service. I don't know how they would do gacha. I don't know how they would do like implementing like random stuff like that. All I know is that like I'm not too fond of the direction the corporate side is going. I have much love for D&D, and I have a lot of respect for all of the devs that are actually working on it. And I think that a lot of the people that like hate on D&D, it's not justified, and I think that you need to chill. But I do think that as an industry leader, D&D needs to shape up. And I think that it's never going to, because it is run by a multi-billion-dollar corporation that wants to extract as much profit as possible from its players. And I think that the player base, the onus is on the consumer to not do that. To not have a D&D Beyond account. To not use their VTT. To, if you are playing D&D, just keep playing 5e. Keep playing 3.5. Keep playing other systems that aren't D&D 5.5. And don't buy their books, even if the new dice set that comes with it is super rare and exclusive. Like vote with your wallet and indicate that, no, we're not going to do this. Personally, I don't hate D&D, but after years of burnout, I recognize it's not my preferred genre. Honestly, like, it is my preferred genre. I love, like, heroic fantasy. My issue with it is that, like, I don't like the mechanics. I would rather have a different system to play heroic fantasy. And that's why, like, I would much rather play, like, Draw Steel. Right? But I think D&D is fine as a game, but D&D and MTG are getting their souls milked. I mean, like, the thing about that is that at any time, there will always be something that is draining the soul of the thing that you love, particularly if it's already in the mainstream. The big thing now is that D&D over the past 10 years has not just jumped in popularity, it's been catapulted in popularity. Some might even say trebucheted in popularity because of things like Stranger Things, Crit Roll, all of this stuff where they got super popular. Fantastic things. Love that the hobby is improved. There's more money in it now. It is now worth it to exploit the market, and also just like market changing pressures and all of this, all of the like shrinkflation and the shift towards AI, like all of the people trying to implement AI, or all the devs trying to, the execs trying to implement AI into D&D. And it's like the idea of like, oh, you can use an AI as your dungeon master on our VTT. Like, no. Like, I am more amenable to AI than I think most people are in the TTRPG space. And I'm still anti-Gen AI. I am more open to the future that AI might have going forward once we like put the reins on current AI and its nonsense, which I think a lot of people are staunchly against, and that's like whatever. No. You're trying to take AI and turn it into a video game. Or you're trying to take D&D and turn it into a video game. And not even a good one. And there's been third parties. I've gotten ads for this, where it's like a third party AI dungeon master that can run for you because you're sad and pathetic and have no friends. And also, don't you just want to play D&D? Haha, it'll be like just like playing with all of your friends. No. COVID was wild for D&D, ironically. VTTs exploded almost overnight. Yeah. Which is even wilder to me, because like I'm someone that I've been playing like, oh, I haven't been playing since, because I haven't played in like a couple of years on Roll20, but like Roll20 as a VTT. I was playing like on a VTT with my friends like a decade ago. Like, yeah, we were in person, but our character sheets were all in one spot. The maps were all digital. When we met up together, we would have like a big whiteboard that I drew on that like had the map and the dungeon layout. At one point, I had a whiteboard that one of the players was scouting ahead in the dungeon. And so I took him into a side room with the whiteboard and I drew the map of the dungeon and I left the whiteboard in that room and we exited. And so I physically drew the whiteboard in front of him. And then we returned back to the group and he had to explain it to the group. Why would I use an AI? I want to make the crazy stuff. I don't want a machine to do it. The reason that they think AI is going to work is because, well, I'm going to call it forever GMs and whiny players. These are both not great terms to throw at someone. That's why I'm not like thinking of anyone in particular. Like if this applies to you, know that I'm not judging you. But forever GMs who constantly complain about being the only GM in their group and their friends never never run for them, and whiny players who refuse to GM and complain about never getting to play. These are the two demographics that are the most likely to like load up an AI as their dungeon master. Because if you're a forever GM, you're like, oh, no one wants to run for me. I haven't played in like 2 years. Oh, I can just have an AI run for me as I run for the group. Oh, if the AI has good ideas, I can steal ideas. Like assuming they're amenable to AI, right? That's what you might fall into. And if you're a whiny player, you're already entitled because you're acting as if you're entitled to people just meeting your interests. There are few things that are better at feeding entitlement than AI. The reason so many people prefer AIs to therapists, to partners, to friends is because an AI will just say whatever you want to hear. And if you want an AI that, you know, it's not just gonna like blow smoke up your butt. It's actually gonna like give you the hard truths. Like the AI is still gonna softball it. The AI is gonna talk in a way that makes it sound like it's keeping it real with you and like not sugarcoating anything, but it's never gonna say anything that's like actually upsetting to you, right? Why is that preferable? Because some people don't have the ego to handle being challenged. And some people think they do, and then crumble at the first sign of resistance. Disagreements are interesting, and disagreements are also scary, and a lot of people get scared and run and hide and collapse. And these people are the sort that AI preys upon. Because remember, if you are the sort of person who has like an AI girlfriend or an AI boyfriend or an AI partners, potentially, I don't know if AIs can be poly or can affect polyness. If you have D&D AI GM, you're a victim here because it's preying upon your loneliness. Like, remember, this is not a situation where like you're a bad person for doing this. This is not like saying that you're bad for either of these. This is, you're a victim that AI is exploiting your need for social fulfillment and hurting you as a result. And that sucks. And something that like is a very real issue is that if you like tell anyone that like you're doing this with AI, that you have like an AI girlfriend or you have like an AI dungeon master or whatever, people are gonna clown on you because they're like, oh, you're haha AI boy, right? I've been a forever GM for 7 years now, and by the Lord, I refuse to have an AI run a game. I can be annoying to my friends for free. And what I will say is that like people that are genuinely struggling with being a forever GM, that is an entirely self-imposed label. Stop saying, hey, I'd love it if like one of you could run for me. And then they're like, haha, no, but you run so much better than us. Haha. Be like, no, one of you is running for me or else I'm not running. I have not gotten a chance to play in, say how many months it's been, say how many years it's been. I want a chance to play. And if they say like, no, well, none of us can GM, it's like, I didn't know how to GM when I started. One of you is going to run for me and everyone else is going to be a player as well. and then we can swap off after a couple sessions. Like you have to get to the point where you're comfortable just telling people what to do. And that's scary. Yeah, that's absolutely scary. But it is something where, like, if I'm a forever GM and I'm running for Licorice and Anya and Andre and Gray, most of you, if I'm running for you, probably want me to have fun. And so if I say, hey, I haven't gotten a chance to play in 3 years, that's not fair to me. And I want to have fun. I'm not having fun just running for you. At least one of you is probably going to be like, okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Or I know people who would rather not play than be forced to be a GM. Yeah, then don't play with them. Like, and that's where I get into whiny players. Like, I know people who are whiny players, and they spend all of their time complaining about not playing and not having games and wanting to try out all these cool systems. And they refuse to ever GM. And to them, I say perish. Now, not actually. Being a whiny player is not a moral failing. I know people who are very shy. I know people who would like actually rather die than like publicly speak. And so those are the sort of people who, well, they're not whiny players because they're not whining. They're never a GM. They're never going to run. You wouldn't catch them dead running a game. But generally, they're not like a whiny player because they're not complaining. If they're too shy to run, if they're too nervous to run, if they're too anxious and they don't have the skill and they don't have the improv and they're probably not complaining about it. The problem is when you have people who just complain about it constantly and then refuse to put their money where their mouth is. And this is why I've noticed this a couple times in the Arrow Cord. And I'm not calling anyone in the Arrow Cord a whiny player, but I have noticed a lot of people make a looking for game post that's something along the lines of, hey, new player here. I want to get started on this new system. If any GMs are out there, let me know. And like, it doesn't go anywhere. People need to be more comfortable recognizing that you're going to suck when you start out and just being like, hey, I'm a new player. I really want to try this new system. I've never played it before. Who wants to join? I'm running. Then you get a group of 3 people that say they're interested, that you make time work. You run for them. You suck. You're bad. It's very bad. You've now been a GM. You are no longer someone that has never GM'd before. You've now made mistakes and you've learned your lesson and you will be better next time. I love making worlds more than characters, and playing D&D actually makes me like making characters a lot more. So like, oh no, I get to make a world and people in it. 99% of DM questions on how to handle players are, how do I solve an out-of-game issue in-game? People go, you got to talk out of game, and they respond, yeah. Listen. Being a GM has the potential to make you a much stronger communicator. People have asked me a lot, like, oh, how do you yap? I'm surprised you spell it whiny and not whiny. Maybe I spelled it wrong, I don't know. Yeah, fair enough, not playing with whiny players. If you can pick and choose, that's good. So, like, you have the potential to be a stronger communicator by being a GM. People ask me, like, how do you yap so much? How do you just, like, never run out of things to say? And my honest answer is, it's unmedicated ADHD. My second answer is I've been doing this for like 3 years now, or 2.5 years now. We are approaching in September 3 years of content creation. The channel, this brand, will have been 3 years in September. So I'm planning some cool stuff for there. Stay tuned. But since I started streaming was the summer after that. So it's been like 2.5 years. And then the other thing is just like, I have experience of like improv. I was a GM. I have experience having conversations with people out of game, in game, coming up with riffing conversation. Got any tips for someone wanting to run a custom setting as a GM? I have an idea for a world building project I think could be interesting setting, but I don't know how to flesh out a system. So you say, flesh out a system. What do you mean flesh out a system? Do you mean I am running my Garglemook setting, and I'm running D&D 5e in it. And how do I run D&D 5e in Garglemook? Or are you asking, I made Garglemook and I want to make a system for Garglemook. How do I go about implementing a system into Garglemook? Because if it's, how do I run D&D in Garglemook? You literally, and this is going to sit down for this. You just call things different things. That's not an orc. That's a krork. That's not an L. That's not an elf. That's an Eldari. That's not a dwarf. That's a stout. Mechanically, identical. Nothing has changed. Name-wise, inform your players, hey, in this setting, there's going to be weird names. Mechanically, everything's the same. But what I will say is that if you have your own setting, you cannot force interest. If you run Garglemook in like D&D 5e and Garglemook, and the whole central premise is that the world is kept aloft, floating in the bubbling cauldron of a massive witch, and the world is like the size of the UK, and so it's large enough that like you can't like see end to end, but it's small enough that you could like travel from one end to the other, and the bubbling of the cauldron actually shifts the land back and forth. And so there are constantly these rolling hills throughout, but it's slow enough that it's like once per day. And so you don't actually call them days, you call them rolls. That's all really cool. But I came here to swing sword and fight orc. I don't care. And you can't force that, right? You can't force a player to be interested in your nonsense. The best thing I would say is to run it by your players, say, does this interest you? Give them like your elevator pitch, or one paragraph, maybe 2 paragraphs. And when I say paragraphs, I mean like 3 to 5 sentences. I don't mean like half a page. I mean like 3 to 5 sentences. A couple sentences about your setting. Be like, does this interest you? And if they say, not really, you ignore your setting details and you go with what your players want. You do not try to force it. You do not try and push their interest on, oh no, they'll come around. No, if they say they're not interested, you back off of the setting. Check with your players first. Ask them for permission to run in your silly little setting. And if they say, yeah, sure, whatever, that's when you inform them, okay, here are the major differences. Orcs are called Korks. Elves are called Eldari. Dwarves are called Stouts. But they're still orcs and elves and dwarves are just called different things. And the other big thing, Korks are all like vaguely Mongolian inspired. And the dwarves, the Stouts, they're all Egyptian inspired. And the Eldari are all like Mesoamerican. And so like you have these hats that they can wear, that you inform the players of, that you warn them of, that you signpost them. And so I might go, oh, well, I wanted to play an orc, like a sword orc. What if I play a krork? And like Mongolian krorks, what if the reason I'm not with the rest of my krorks is because like I use the sword and everyone else uses the like bows? And like I don't ride horses, they ride horses. And then suddenly you're like, oh my gosh, they actually don't ride horses, they ride giant moths. Like, they ride giant moths? Well, I can't swing a sword on a giant moth. So what if I gave up riding moths because like I wanted a sword? And then you're like, okay, awesome, we can work with this. Boom, suddenly they find an interest. You work with them. You give them just enough that they express an interest, and then you like tackle that, right? Same question, actually. Second one for me though. Admittedly, I'm that shy, anxious, disorganized player, so I've rarely jammed, but the times I have jammed have been my favorite times playing. It's just getting over my ADHD executive dysfunction. They've been your favorite experiences in the hobby. I mean, like, I have executive dysfunction. I have ADHD. I really struggle with prep. The reason I'm such an improver is because I really struggle with prep. And that's why I was so worried going to Kane, of all systems, is because Kane is investigation. Same thing, City of Mist. Investigation kind of like stresses me out because I don't know what's going to be useful for you. I don't know how much I need to give you. I'm not used to prepping. I'm used to just raw dogging it. I just dive in and like I figure it out when I figure it out. The biggest thing I would do for like D&D prep, I would set up encounters because I knew that making an encounter beforehand, because I would homebrew all the stats, I would just make the stats myself. That would take time I couldn't do in the session. So I'd make like a map, I would make the encounter, boom, all the prep I did. I would have a general idea of where the story is going in my head, but I just improv it. I made a setting, but I want to make a system for it, but I don't know how to. Might be better to snatch a system that could fit in the setting until I know one better enough. What I would recommend is if you made a setting, run another system in it, such as Draw Steel or D&D or Pathfinder or even Lancer, Vampire the Masquerade, any of those, because if you made a setting, you don't need to make a system, right? Particularly, if you're asking me this question, I assume you don't have much experience in running, which implies to me that you probably want to get your feet more wet with systems in general before you start making a system. So that's something where if you're making your own homebrew setting, that's really fun. Focus on the fun of that, not the fun of making a new system. Because systems, you have to worry about icky things like balancing and playtesting and making sure everything works. Settings is much more freeform. How is my day going? My day's going fine. I experienced instant loss, which crazy. Yeah. I am probably gonna wrap up stream soon, because I have the Lancer video for tomorrow to record and edit. And then I also have the Lancer video for next week that I need to continue writing the script for. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to write out the script of the IPSN section. I'm going to read that. And I'm going to see how long that is. And if that's like under 10 minutes, I might just do all of them. But that would suck so bad. Okay, so what I'm probably going to do, like, yeah, this is my editing style is so high intensity, right? I do so many high intensity edits, and like that's such a stupid thing to say because like it doesn't look that impressive, but it takes time to make is what I'm saying. So like a lot of my Lancer videos, a lot of my Mega Dungeon videos, a lot of my even like the Malagast videos, surprisingly, take more time to edit than I expect because I'm doing more intense stuff. The Girlfriend video, I did some fairly intense editing in parts, right? I found good results picking a system that's pretty flexible. Fate, Fortune in the Dark, Probably the Apocalypse, Cypher, and see how that works. That's also fair. What is my favorite Gundam / Gunpla? I have no context for Gundam or Gunpla. My apologies. I don't know what to ask. So like, what's my favorite snack to eat during stream? I don't eat snacks during stream. I just don't have any food during stream. The best I have is water. And I would love if I could like have snacks during stream. However, one, I don't think you want to hear me eating. That's a lie. You absolutely want to hear me eating because I'll eat like, and I'll like make little noises as I eat. But I don't think you want to hear me like chewing, mouth noises, any of that. And like ultimately, I only stream like on average, I'll stream like 5-6 hours. Maybe I'm streaming 7 hours. Like that's not that bad. I can go that long without eating. Arrow food ASMR, exactly. So like I'll drink water, right? If I remember. But I don't eat anything during stream. The other main thing, do you want to know what the other main thing is? Anytime I eat anything that crumbles, my throat dies. And I don't know what it is. I'll drink water, I'll swallow, I'll have something else afterwards. But like, just like the bit, like if it's like peanuts or if it's pretzels, which is my favorite snack pretzels, or it's like granola or it's anything. It just like catches in my throat and like dusts my throat. And I start like having to clear my throat a whole bunch. And so that just gets in the way of me streaming. If you could eat a snack without it being audible or noticed by us, what would I choose? Like my favorite is pretzels. So like if I could just choose any and it would be just convenient, I would just choose pretzels. But realistically, I would probably go like a chocolate or a candy. Because like if I have like Sour Patch Kids, and I can just like I like sour candy. So like if I could just like have that, Nerd gummy clusters, those are really good. Those are pretty tart. But also just like a piece of chocolate, like some chocolate chips. I have chocolate chips right now. I could just grab some chocolate chips. That would also probably be good. My thing is just like, I don't think that I'm the sort of person where I can yap whilst eating, while not being absolutely disgusting. You know? Personally, I recommend carrot slices and hummus. I didn't like hummus for the longest time. And recently I've started liking it, and funny enough, pretzels and hummus. Very good. However, the main thing I'll have it is like with pita bread, right? But, and this is how you know I'm white. I'll take like a tortilla and I'll like spread hummus across it, right? So I'll have like a tortilla that I heat up with hummus on it. And I recently, oh frick, I should have that after stream. Oh, we don't have hummus, dang it. But like recently I took a tortilla, put hummus on it, put feta cheese, and put olives in it. And I had this like wrap, like a Mediterranean wrap of all things. And it was really good. You could do a 5-minute interval in the middle of stream for snacks. That would probably be smart, but I think my momentum precludes me from taking such a break. Hummus with peppers? Oh, hummus with pepper is the best hummus. God, I don't know. I haven't really had like a spicy hummus. Generally, I'll have like just a garlic hummus, because I mean garlic is good. And I, a non-vampire human, enjoy garlic, which humans are allowed to have and vampires cannot. Era, what's the one thing that could improve your day? World peace. You know? Like actual, like real answer? Probably like if you, like after June, I had a very strong June for the channel. July was kind of faltering, and August has like actually been like a terrible month views wise. So like that, like views going back up, that would improve my day. Like if there's any like show of support from the community, that would be really sweet. But like the main thing that I always say, like the main thing that like always improves my day, fan art just like absolutely blows me away. Anytime I see it, I've seen like really fantastic fan art. I've seen fan art that honestly, it's pretty mid, but I love it because it's of me or it's of like a community joke, or it's of an arrow kisser. So like that all is the kind of stuff that improves my day. Are you shoes off or on in? Are you shoes on or off in the home? If on, what do you wear at the computer? Okay, so I did not realize it's a white person thing. Shoes on? Never. I am a shoes off at the front door always household. I grew up like that. I have retained that going forward in my life. Many other people in my life who come from different cultures than me share similar sentiments. No, I do not believe in foot prisons. Shoes, be gone. As soon as I'm back in my bedroom, socks, be gone. Slippers, never heard of her. I raw dog it. I got the dogs out and I'm walking around on my toes, on my tippy toes, like tip-tapping around. I'll go into my kitchen and I'll like make some food, and I'll come back in my room and I'll have the snack that I made, have my computer, and I'm tip-tapping on my keyboard, and I don't have any shoes on, and like I'm just living my best life. It's not YouTube pulling nonsense again. I heard the nonsense they're pulling with creators, and it's making me rethink the merit of posting videos on the site. I mean, like it might be on YouTube's end, it might be on my end, it might be on like just the viewer side. because like August tends to be a slow month. There are a couple slow months out there, like January is generally a really slow month. August, heart of summer, when everyone's on vacation, tends to be a slow month. Exam season tends to be a slow month. Like midterms and finals across like university timescale and also high school timescale tend to be slower. So all of those are like different times where it's slower. I don't know if YouTube is doing anything nonsensical on the algorithm side. I do know that they're doing stuff nonsensical on the monetization side, which I'm not going to get into that. The floor hates me or something, so I started wearing slippers around the house. No, I'm not. Caveman feet is not an enthusiast. No. All I'm going to say, have you ever walked outside and felt the pavement on your feet? Like, assuming it's not scorching hot, and even sometimes when it is scorching hot, it is so pleasant to walk outside barefoot. And then all you have to do is make sure not to track in any dirt or stuff from outside inside. Listen, I believe in foot freedom. Who let the dogs out? I let the dogs out. I freed them from their sock and shoe and slipper prisons. I set them loose. I cast them out, much like the hounds of war. That's what I call toes, the hounds of war. And all is well. Well, I think otherwise, since more people would have time to watch, good to know. Yeah. But what I will say is that it's like, can I recommend posting YouTube videos if you want to get any amount of growth on any platform? Yes. Why I have a tumor? What did I do here? If you want any amount of growth on any amount of platforms, yes, you want to post YouTube videos because YouTube is still one of the best platforms for growth, for discovery. As much as people complain about YouTube, and I've complained about YouTube plenty, they like a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, changed their algorithm, which really pushes smaller creators better. So if you are someone who's like streaming to like 3 CCV, like 3 concurrent viewers, you are much more likely to get recommended to someone new now than you were 2 years ago. Same thing if you post a short and your average viewership is like 100 views per short, you are much more likely to be added to the feed of someone completely new. Now they might scroll off, they might not like connect with it, they might bounce, but the point is that now you're actually being shown to them. Whereas in other sites, for instance, Twitch is super difficult to find new people because really the only way you find new people is rating. I don't know about you. I found that people very rarely on Twitch sort by like gamer category. So if I'm like an ASMR channel, right? Someone might say, I want to watch ASMR. And they click on the ASMR tab. And the top like 36 options are all channels that have like 6,000 viewers, 2,000 viewers, 1,500 viewers, 1,000 viewers, 600 viewers, 300 viewers, 500 viewers. Like if I'm a channel that has like 10 CCV, no one's going to find me. And that's if anyone is looking for the category I'm streaming in at the time I'm live. The best way to have people find me is to have someone else raid into me, right? Which means that if you're trying to grow on Twitch, you kind of need to grow on on places like YouTube. I cannot speak to TikTok because twice now I have opened up TikTok. Like I've made I've on desktop. I've gone to the TikTok website. I've said make an account. I started putting in my information. I went, do I want to give this information to the Chinese government? No. And then I didn't. And also, like, I have a primarily YouTube audience, so I understand that of y'all, you presumably are not also on TikTok because you are on YouTube. Therefore, there probably won't be that much cross-contamination. Same thing with, like, Insta Reels. I just don't, I don't want to make Instagram Reels. I don't want to have to deal with the fact that it's the Wild West over there. I remember wandering my neighborhood for miles for hours, no supervision, barefoot, halcyon days. No. I used to do it in Arizona when I was little. No. Not Arizona. I have family from Arizona, and like, if you walk around barefoot in Arizona, you are likely to burn off your feet. And I'm only slightly being hyperbolic. Gonna be real, US companies are more malicious, but also valid. See, you're not wrong. I don't have an argument to that. However, I want to minimize it as best I can. I don't know how much often this is asked, but do you prefer mechs with hands or mechs without hands, such as those with integrated weapons, non-humanoid designs? I actually have not gotten asked this at all. Do I prefer mechs with hands? Yes. Why? Because I don't know. The Samus arm is weird. I'm just going to say the Samus arm is cool. The Samus arm is cool, I will say. It's weird. I prefer a mech, even a non-human one, that has digits, which it uses to hold and fire a weapon, as opposed to like the Overwatch Bastion arm, which is just like an integrated weapon into the actual arm. Isn't Arizona the state where vehicles regularly melt in the sun? Yes. It is also the state where you can put raw cookie dough on the sidewalk outside and you will get burnt cookies. I like the ground helicopter variety to the tank. Yeah, so like if you have mech and it's like that, like this is just like one of its arms. I think that's kind of weirdo. Meanwhile, this one I think this is superior. In part because that leads to interesting circumstances where you can like knock the weapon out of the mech's hands and now it has to like punch you. But also just because that makes more sense to me than if it just kind of like has one weapon, right? Like it makes more sense to be able to swap out. Like I can stow this pistol and take out the sword. Shing! Right? This is a one giant curved sword. It's really awkwardly positioned and it has a really weird handle too. As this is my sword. I prefer when they have hands. That being said, I do like this in addition to a hand. What do I mean by that? Pacific Rim style. It is a super future weapon that the hand like it just kind of like and like it opens up and like and like it opens up into a laser beam that, you know, like if the hand folds back and opens that all up, or like opens up to like the back, like the wrist opens up and has like a 12 gauge that they can like flechette launch you. I think that's cool. Similarly, I do think the Samus arm cannon can work. I just think it's got to be like a mechadendrite. I think it's got to be like a tertiary limb, you know? I think that you have like your legs, your arms, and your integrated weapons. Now, the other thing I will say, I have seen this done very well, where, for instance, in... Where the frick? Here. I've seen this done well. For instance, this knight has a built-in chainsaw arm and a built-in cannon. I think these are wicked cool. So that's the thing. The integrated weapon, I can rock it. I don't know. I think these look cooler. I think holding a weapon that I fire by pulling a trigger feels more practical. Does that make sense? I think this is a cooler aesthetic, but it's also so much more narrow in scope, I can't justify it, right? As someone who works on literal giant robots, hands-on mechs bother me because tool changers are so much cooler than people realize. So that's the thing. I don't need it to be hands. Hands are actually pretty low tier. I'm going to be real with you. They need to have grippers. They need to have mechadendrites. They need to have talons. They need to have some form of manipulating and grabbing and interfacing. And that's why I think something where it's just like, if this was the interfacing tool and this could be like taken off and like this weapon could be slotted in its place, I think that might work. Though I've never seen mechs with integrated weapons have something like the integrated part gets damaged, then mid-combat draft, then new module gets slammed back. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, what I'm saying is the MCU Hulkbuster. If you've ever seen Age of Ultron, MCU. The Hulkbuster armor, like one of its arms gets damaged, and so it just like detaches the arm off of it, and a new one fires down with a rocket into place. Yeah, you want modular mechs, exactly. I think that's neat. However, I think there is a place for the Samus arm cannon. And as you can see, the more I talk about it, the more I'm like, well, actually, I've seen examples that I do think are cool. I just personally, when I see Samus, I think it's so inconvenient to have that arm cannon. Yes, when you're shooting, it's probably really convenient, but whenever you're trying to do anything else, you've effectively reduced your physical dexterity by half. You've reduced your fine motor movements by half. You've reduced the amount of things you can carry by half. Not to mention, if your left arm gets damaged, then your right arm, which has the arm cannon, that's screwed. Because not only can you no longer use your digits, now you can't aim with it because it requires holding on and bracing with your arm cannon. Same thing with mechs. If you have, like Bastion from Overwatch, the arm cannon in the right arm, if you have a built-in arm cannon, and you also have and this gets busted, right? You now only have your arm cannon. If you ever need to do anything that is not arm cannon related, you can't, including reloading your arm cannon. In Metal Wolf shows, there's a boss mecha enemy that uses robot hands to pilot a larger mech. Okay. One of my favorite examples of like Mechtroska dolls is in Code Geass. There's a guy who's piloting like a vehicle. It's not a mech. It's larger than a vehicle. It's larger than a mech. And he's piloting it. And it's this giant orange device that can fly, and he's fighting someone, and like the vehicle gets damaged. And so what he does is he crashes it into them as it's like crashing. He loses its flight unit. He can't do that anymore. And it like they manage to push it away. And they're like, well, bye-bye. And then he jumps out of it in a mech. However, it's a land-based mech that he's like a mile up in the air, and he's jumping at the other person. And so they shoot his mech, and his mech slams into them, and he jumps out of his mech, and he's a cyborg. and he rips off their cockpit and points a knife at their throat. Because he was a cyborg piloting a mech, piloting a vehicle, and he used all of them in order to actually like get in melee. Such amazing SFX from the Aero Sounds department. Oh, shoulder weapons. Yeah. By extension, tool changers. I'm funnier than I realize. Oh my gosh. You're in a desert. You come across a man trapped in a large glass prison. Do I free them? Well, depends. Like, am I just like in my normal life? Because if I'm in my normal life and I find myself in a desert, I think I have bigger problems than this random guy trapped in a glass prison. Is this like I'm in a TTRPG? Because if so, like you best bet I'm getting this genie to like give me a wish. The only way it'd be better is if the side cord opens up and a rat runs out and bites. No. Aside from Girlframe, are there any RPGs you've heard of or looked into that you really enjoy the mechanics / concepts of the lore of, but you don't feel you've ever want to run / play? I mean, there's gotta be some. Gosh, I need some water. Sorry. So, Girlframe. Really, the only reason I would run it is as a joke, right? Like, yes, I think, like, okay. If I was to run it, I could run it seriously for a group of people, and I'm sure I would have fun because I would have fun doing whatever I wanted. But, like, that's not really my scene. That's not what I'm trying to do, right? I'm not looking to do that. There are other systems out there that I think I would enjoy if I did run / play them. But I don't really have any plans to, and my list is too big already. So for instance, like Stonetop, Mythic Bastion Lands, Wild Sea is on there. What is it? What's the game where you're is it Slug Blasters? It's the game where like you're starting up this like new dangerous sport and like you're all teenagers and like your parents don't approve of it. That one seems pretty cool. Basically, a lot of stuff from Quinn's Quest I think is really cool. I just don't have the time to try it. I don't have the time to play it. There are certain games out there that I think the mechanics are cool that I don't plan on playing. For instance, the Fantasy Flight Star Wars game. The Force die. I've talked about this before. There is a die that you can roll for the Force. And it is a 12-sided die. Where it has 7 faces are dark side. And only 5 are light side. However, of these faces, one of the dark side faces is a double. I think it's 3 of the light side faces are double. So the way the math works out is that it's 1 times 2, or so it would be like 1 pip, there is times 6, and 2 pips, it's times 1, versus 1 pip, it's times 2, versus 2 pips, it's times 3. So what it ends up being is that there are 8 dark side pips, and there are 8 light side pips. Therefore, the Force is balanced. However, it is easier to get the dark side. It is simpler and faster to get less power from the dark side. But if you hold out for the light side, if you wait for the light side, you will statistically get more power in return. Because there are more pips that give you times 2 instead of times 1. That is wicked. I don't ever plan on playing the Star Wars Fantasy Flight game. I think it would be fun. I actually know a couple people who I think might be interested in that. It's just not on my list. I don't want to play like Glorb Jerko off in the Outer Rim, getting up to Glorb Jerko things as inevitably a Skywalker will show up and we'll have to deal with the fallout of like the Empire falling. Like, I don't want to deal with that. I think Star Wars is cool. There's a Star Wars game, like Zero Team or like 0 Hour. It looks like Star Wars XCOM. I am cautiously optimistic. But after the recent string of Star Wars games, I do not have high hopes. Because like it hits the beats I want. It is like a turn-based tactics squad game that looks like XCOM, that follows the aftermath of the Clone Wars, and that you can field clone troopers. That seems badass as heck. That seems wild. I think that sounds awesome. My issue is I don't want it to be a Star Wars Outlaws or a Star Wars Battlefront 2 EA version or a not Fallen Order. What's the sequel to Fallen Order? I actually played Fallen Order. I thought it was fine. I didn't particularly enjoy it. I thought that the story was kind of boring. I didn't really care about any of the characters. I thought the depiction of Order 66 was awesome. I thought the actual combat mechanics were pretty neat. But, and then obviously the Vader scene I think was done very well. But I actually didn't care about Fallen Order that much. And then I heard that the sequel was pretty good. Stone Top sounds cool, but holy moly, its price tag feels outrageous. How much is Stone Top? Stone Top Collection. Oh, like hundreds of dollars. Got it. Right. The Stone Top books, the second printing pre-order, you can get it for $100 because it's currently on sale. Or you can get the printing pre-order for the second edition with all the maps for $140 because it's also on sale. Got it. Oh, there was one that on Quinn's Quest they talked about where it has like an actual like physical scroll as part of it. And you go from location to location and you have cards that represent aspects of your culture. And as you get older, you can carry more of them, but once you die, you lose all of them. So the idea is that as you advance further, you pick up all of the different like cards of your culture, and you are like the steward of your culture until eventually you have to pass it down. Right? I think that's wicked. $140 on sale. It was $170 for the bundle of the second edition pre-order books alongside the maps. Stone Top looks wicked. I could not justify paying that much money for that. Like maybe if you bought it for like a friend as a gift or like a wedding gift, that actually sounds like it would be a great wedding gift. Yeah. So you have to like carry on your culture. This seems really cool. I looked into this one's also like north of $100. And like the issue with this is that everyone says the state of modern gaming sucks. Like there's so much low quality trash. This is what happens when you get quality. It costs a lot of money. And a lot of people don't seem to respect that. Like, and it's kind of silly. It's kind of weird, but like, I don't think Stone Top is not necessarily worth the price tag. I'm just saying I, as someone who is very invested in TTRPGs, would not spend that much. I cannot afford that. Now, I am also someone who I make no secret of the fact I am very frugal. I try to be. This means I'm not going to spend $80 on a video game. I'm going to wait a year and a half for it to go on sale. I still haven't bought Claire Obscura. I didn't buy Baldur's Gate 3 for like a year and a half until someone got it for me as a birthday gift. Right? If I get gifted that as a wedding gift, I'd feel sad for the person. The game looks great, yes, but I doubt I'd be able to find any players to play it with in person. So the reason I said as a wedding gift in particular, if you marry someone or someone's, because there are certain places that respect like more than monogamous marriages, or at least an equivalent like domestic partnership, I think that would be perfect if you and your partner or partners like TTRPGs. It's an expensive gift that is nice to look at, that you will remember fondly, and could be a fun thing to do, maybe not for like a honeymoon, but like when you're married. One of the things you do when you're married is you can play a game together. You can go on a date night and like play this game together. I think that would be fun. That's why I said like that. An anniversary gift, similarly. Right? If Arrow was a woman, you could call it AUA Frugal. Either that or it's like Signalis or Deep Rock where it's $20 and a Signalis skate will make people feel bad for buying it on discount. Yeah. The issue with that is that almost always, if you have a reasonably priced game, it's not enough. Which is why Deep Rock fans in particular are super willing to like buy cosmetics, not because they actually like or care about the cosmetics, but because they want to support the devs. And something I think a lot of businesses have lost they've lost the plot on. If I, as a business, make my entire identity around giving you quality and keeping prices reasonable, if I say, hey, we can't maintain this, unfortunately, we're going to need to either like increase sales volume or increase our prices, people will just buy more. I think a lot of businesses have forgotten what goodwill does. And that's part of why I'm so insistent on like, I really try to avoid like bringing up, I mean, like I'll talk about my finances without shame, right? I'll talk about like, oh yeah, I can't really afford that. Like I'm not really in a position to buy that kind of thing. But I try not to like beg for supas or like say, make sure to like join the Patreon or whatever. I try to not make that your problem because I think that if I make good stuff, people will support the channel. And that's the hope, right? I try not to badger you about that in the same way that some other people badger you, because if there is something that I do need support on, I want to be able to rely on goodwill of being like, hey, I don't just hit you up over nothing. This is something where I want to call to arms about like, hey, support the channel, support yourself, support me, all this stuff. TTRPG honeymoon sounds like your speed. So sweet. Honestly, one of the most fun I've had in the recent years is on the road trip I took last year when I was moving cross country with my roommate. We just played TTRPGs in the car for like the full drive. Like, yeah, they didn't want to play TTRPGs for like 12 hours at a time because they're a coward. But we'd like listen to music. We would chat. Then we'd play like 6 hours of a TTRPG. And then we would like pull over and we'd have like a beet pasta that they made before we left. And we'd go back to continuing talking TTRPGs. Or we'd like be in the mountains where there's no signal. So all we can do is talk TTRPGs. At hotels, we would like have floor tacos. And then we would like on the road tomorrow talk TTRPGs. Like it was just so much fun. I love TTRPGs. I love that stuff. Even Mythic Bastion Land in print is less than $50, doesn't include shipping. That's sensible enough. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like when you price a product, you have to consider, will this be sustainable? If I am making an artisanal Michelin star product, yeah, I'll price it like at $100, $120, $140. You're getting 2 large, hardcover, high-quality printed books alongside a group of maps. that is absolutely worth the money. I'm going to charge you that much money because I feel I can make this sustainable with that. And evidently, if they're going into a second edition, they can. I think as much as it's valid to complain about pricing, particularly for indies, for indie devs, they got to do what they got to do. If they're making a product that they feel is worth $100 and they can sustainably support themselves with $100 on the product, bully for them. I'm not going to say this has to be a $20 product because you're indie. I'm going to say charge it what it's worth. And if it's worth $100, I'm so excited for you. I'm so happy for you. Also, if Kane announces tomorrow that they're making printed copies of their high book and it's high quality and worth it, how much would I pay? Probably nothing because I have the digital copy. Like, I am someone who, as much as I love my physical books, I actually just set up a physical. I just set up on a bookshelf. I got a bookshelf for, I think it was free. Yeah, I got a bookshelf for free, and I have like my D&D books there, and I have my World of Darkness books there, and I have my Lancer book there. I love physical books, and I love the feeling. Yesterday, in writing the script for the Lancer video, I took out my Lancer book, and I do this whenever I do like Lancer shorts, is I take out my Lancer book, and I flip through it, like it's some sort of ancient tome, and I'm scanning the pages for esoteric and historical information. And the bad part is that I know where to open up in the book at this point to get to the frames. And I'm pretty good at, okay, I opened up to the Sherman. I'm trying to get to the Drake. Let me flip over like 50 pages. Okay, so I didn't get the Drake, but I got the Blackbeard, and that's like 2 pages off. Like it's kind of silly how often I open that book just to reference the frames. So I do love the physical books, but like, as much as I love Kane, I have the digital book. I am not in a circumstance where I can afford to like get the physical book because I already have the digital book. So I'm not going to, I wouldn't pay $10 for it. I wouldn't pay $20 for it. Not because I don't think it's worth it, but because I personally am not in that position. Also, some people have like posted pictures of having a physical Kane book. I don't know if those are official or not, but some people have done it. How long did the cross-country road trip take? It took us a week where we were driving for, I want to say like on average, like 12 hours a day. But that is with the understanding that 2 of those days, one of them, we took a detour and we went to it was the Wyoming Dinosaur Museum. Because we were considering on taking a detour into Yellowstone, and then we were like, well, that's gonna like take a lot of time. What if we just chill here and go to the Dinosaur Museum? And we did that. And I think so that was like day where we drove like 6 or 8 hours. And then another day we fully spent all of it in Yellowstone. And we like got there at like 11 or something, and we left after the park closed, and there was still stuff that they wanted to see. I was super chill. I was good to just kind of show up. I've been to Yellowstone before. I've seen Old Faithful in person before. I wasn't super invested in it, so they were just like, oh, I want to see all this different stuff. I want to see like the artist plots and all this stuff. And so I was like, sure, let's do that. It was really fun. It was really cool. I liked going to Yellowstone. Yellowstone's so beautiful. Yellowstone is so beautiful. But they were the one that was like, I want to see this stuff. So like, that's what was the driving force. So like in actuality, I would say like, call it 60 hours of driving. Because ignoring the 2 days that we were like doing other stuff, call it 12 hours a day. Because some days we drove 14 hours. Some days we drove 10 hours, like average 12. About 60. And we specifically took the northern route. Because remember, I'm from the Northeast. And we went to California. So we could have gone through like the South. We could have gone through the center. Or we could have gone through the North. We ended up going like kind of in the North. And then we ended up going, I think it's Route 55? Because not Route 66. It's like Route 50 or like Route 55, which is like right in this stretch of the country. And it's considered like the loneliest road in the US because it stretches for like 3 states worth of time. going through like mountains and plains or whatever with just like no towns. And there was like a town once every 3 hours kind of deal. And when I say town, I mean like town, like triple digit population, if not smaller. Driving to the Midwest, I saw less corn than I thought. I expected more corn. Why are we talking about balls? Because we were talking about Fireball, the coolest new spell that you can get. Slippers or sliders? Neither. Both are foot prisons. If I want to get into World of Darkness TTRPGs, what would be a good place / book to start? The best place to start is the Vampire the Masquerade core book. I would recommend V5. However, given that V6 is coming out soon, I think like within a year, given that the playtest is currently now, I would guess that they're probably going to be like 2027 drop. You could go off the V6 playtest. I would recommend getting into Vampire the Masquerade V5, World of Darkness 5th edition. That's where you go. Any opinions on 6th edition? I've given my brief opinions. I haven't looked over the full rules. I watched Burger Creed talk about it. My main opinion on V6 is this is executives and the money people who don't play Vampire telling the devs, make this more like D&D. And I think that it's going to alienate Vampire players who already felt alienated by V5. I think it's not going to get D&D players. And I think it is going to maybe appeal to people that are disgruntled with D&D and are only familiar with D&D. Right? So maybe people who like already are on like the I'm done with D&D bandwagon but don't have another system to go to, maybe they'll check it out. But they just made Vampire the Masquerade for D&D. Why make Vampire the 6th similar? So when I say similar, it's not actually that similar. It is that they added in like, oh, on your turn in combat, you can move and you can take like an action. And when you move, you can move a short distance, but there's also enemies that might be at a medium distance and a far distance, right? So like they added like basic stuff to give more framework to combat. And this is my complaint with D&D. 90% of D&D's rules are about combat. This means that you're going to be running combat. It is a combat system. You're expected to play combat. In D&D 5th or Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition, probably under 5% was about combat. Like, yeah, you had your health track or whatever, but like in terms of combat, it was like you either have a simple difficulty for enemies. This is a guard difficulty 2. You need 2 successes. Or they are a like normal NPC, then they have like different stats, but that's basically it. So like they might have a 3 strength, but only a 2 dexterity. And like they have a specialty in 1 point of brawl. So they have a 4 dot pool in brawl. So if you want to brawl with them, they roll 4 dice. But if you want to shoot them with a gun, they only roll 2 dice. Or you might have a full like developed character that has like disciplines or like true faith or something, and it's more complicated. And then on top of that, you have information on what does biting someone in combat do, and what are special items that might show up in combat. For instance, like Rothus pistols, Dragon's Breath rounds, a napalm grenade, a Molotov cocktail. What do they do? And all of those are just like, you take an amount of aggravated damage and successes equal to what it was, or you get +1 damage, or like a brass knuckles give you +1 superficial damage when you hit someone. Like, it was not that much. So this signposted to everyone that played Vampire, hey, combat ain't that thing. Combat is a thing, but it like the rules even said like, hey, if your combat lasts more than 3 rounds, end combat. It's not worth it. This is not a combat game. Now they're adding on your turn, you can move and take an action. And like you can move a short distance, but some people might be a medium or far distance away. Medium distance is acceptable for shotguns and close range, like QCB weapons, whereas far range, you can only hit with long range weapons. But remember, you're a vampire, not just guns. Also consider a bow and arrow. Like, This is not 90% combat. This is like 20% combat. Which, going from like under 5% of the total system to like a fifth of the system, changing the way it's framed from, oh, you can run normal combat, like physical combat, in the same way that you run social combat or exploration. And swapping this on its head to being, you can run social combat in the same way you run physical combat. That indicates that they got the wires crossed. They're thinking this is a combat game you can do social encounters in. No. Vampire the Masquerade, at its core, is a social game you can have physical combat in. And they also added like exploration mechanics, which is probably the biggest thing. And I didn't think this was that bad until I heard Burger's reasoning on it, and then he kind of convinced me. They made it so instead of having a humanity tracker that is constantly going lower and lower and lower and lower until eventually you become a white, and the whole goal was trying to resist that urge. Now what they did is they made it a tug of war between humanity and your beast. And if you lean too hard into the beast, yeah, you lose your humanity, you would become a white. If you lean too hard into humanity, you have an outburst and act in irrational human ways? What? The way that they have it set up is that in Vampire the Masquerade 6th edition, if you act too human, you are punished. Whereas every single system up until that point, V5, 20th edition, Chronicles, Old World of Darkness, you wanted to retain your humanity at any cost. And the whole point of the game is that by being a bloodthirsty monster that cannot control your actions, you will eventually lose humanity. So it's like Honey Heist. If you lean too hard into bear, you become just a bear. If you lean too hard on the thief, you become a thief and backstab your party. Yes. However, this isn't Honey Heist. This is Vampire the Masquerade. I don't know what it is. Rad, what TTRPGs are we talking about? Because I have no clue what it could be. We're talking about Vampire the Masquerade 6th edition. However, now, if I want to run a Kane session where exos rest and goof around in the hideout, how do I structure that from a prep perspective, and what do I need to keep in mind when I'm running it? So, if you have a hideout situation in Kane, where the exos are allowed to goof around, give them a time pressure, and give them a prompt. You might use from Games for Freaks Volume 4, the recreation rules. I recently covered that on my stream from, I think it was last week. But you can use recreation rules, and they can have like a slip between hunts to hang out together. You might do what I did, and you might just have a full like setup that encourages them and allows them to hang out and get limited R&R, right? You can do whatever you want. The main thing I would say, whatever they get that's nice, make it worse. They don't get access to a TV and a PS5 and an Xbox One? I don't know what the new Xbox is. And a PC that can run like 4K at like 3800 by 2400. Like, they get access to a beat up CRTV, like a CCTV, that has a Super Nintendo that has 2 controllers, one of the buttons doesn't work. There is a cassette radio player, of which the only cassettes you have are like really trashy indie rock back from the 80s. And you have a single PC setup that is like an old school like 90s Macintosh that overheats if you leave it running too long and can't connect to the internet. That's how you make it. They're allowed to goof off and have fun and like have a nice time, but they're like, oh, this sucks. This is not a good time. Like, you give them access to a mini fridge, but inside of the mini fridge, there are bottles of water. There is a single can of Coke, like Coca-Cola. And then there is a thing in the pantry that's one of those like powder things of lemonade powder that they can mix in to like make lemonade powder, but it never actually tastes like lemonade. It just kind of vaguely tastes like lemonade. And that's all of the amenities they have, right? So this is the kind of thing you can do to impress upon them, hey, Kane sucks. Life sucks. As an XO, you're not going to have a good time. As long as it isn't running Windows Vista, it's running Windows 98 is what it's running. So make it so that there's like, it's not the nice thing. It's not the good thing. And what I would even recommend doing is I would recommend asking the players, okay, what do you want from this? I want to play video games. My XO really wants to play video games. Okay. You turn, so like Wander says you want to play video games. Licorice. What about the console makes it suck? You have access to anything that is like from before 2006. Like, what console is it? And what's one thing that makes it kind of suck? And then Licorice shows, okay, what if we have like a PS2 and we have like both the controllers? We have the controllers. However, after like for whatever reason, there's this weird thing where it just skips randomly whenever we're playing a game. So we'll be playing a game and like every like 30 minutes, every like 20 minutes, it just randomly skips ahead in the disc. And like, we can't control this. We can't fix this. It's just always been this way. So you can like mix and match with the different players. You can ask them, what do you want? You can make someone else make it worse. B says they want to do crafts. Ignis. What makes the crafts so bad? With the understanding that nothing here is more expensive than what you find at the dollar store. And that's when Ignis goes, I think none of the glue is good. I don't think a single thing of glue works here. And B is like, no, how else am I going to make like a scrapbook without glue? It's like, I mean, you have tape. It's like, I don't want tape. I want glue. It's like, yeah. So like, for whatever reason, all this dollar store equipment, just none of the glue sticks. None of it. You have to find some other way of adhesing stuff. And like, that's how you can make it suck while still having fun. Now, B's character can pivot to using like tape. Now, when Wander's character is playing video games, it skips ahead and you're like, oh, come on, really? Like, you were just getting to the good part. You wanted to play that one part of the game. Yeah, all of the discs are scratched kind of deal. Like, that's the kind of stuff you can do to just add in little stuff. Just to reinforce how much the world sucks. And then, once you're out on the hunt and you're fighting that toad, like, you have more of a connection to the other characters, and you actually like have more of a connection to your own character because you know how your character reacts to being frustrated by the disc constantly skipping. Now you don't want them to die, right? A mini fridge full of expired LaCroix. Oh my gosh. I did that in my Valentine's game. They were in a break room, and the mini fridge had waters, a single orange Gatorade, as well as it was, I think it was 2 sparkling waters, one of which was like cranberry, right? And then the other one was like apple. And so like, none of them were good. All of them were very bad. None of them tasted very good. And so the players like, and it was just not that great. Not that great for them. And it made it hurt so much more when bad stuff happened after. It's a GameCube, but you only have access to bargain bin games and movie tie-ins. And the console overheats every 2 hours because it's crammed full of dead... Ugh! I was not expecting that. And like, don't massacre my GameCube like that. I love GameCubes. I brought my GameCube across the country with me. I had a GameCube growing up, and then it like bricked itself and stopped working. And so I found one at like a garage sale, and that's been the GameCube that I've been using for like over a decade at this point. Do not, oh no, and like you have 4 controllers, but one of the controller ports doesn't work because of the dead cockroach. Oh, that's how you know it's good, when you react so viscerally. The Toad offers your characters a PS5 and lets you still own the games. Okay, let's not get unreasonable. Toads can do a lot of things. They can't do that. I once saw one of those pyramid alien documentaries as an ad for YouTube video. Oh my gosh. Empty my bin stink. I do not have a smelly bin. My garbage bin in my room is empty. No, it's not empty, but it only has like a couple wrappers in it. And also some dead gift cards. Yeah. In your system, would it not be easier to say your enemy is a ball to have them burn up rather than to have another ball be set on fire and throw an item at them? I mean, you could theoretically do that. However, how would you justify that your enemy is a ball? In my system with the fireballs, right? In my system where you can cast fireball, you need to throw a ball. Anything sufficiently round enough to be called a ball counts, regardless of size, weight, or material, but you must be able to physically throw it. So you deal 1 physical damage to it, or 2 on a surge. That's less damage than if you just threw something at them. Because on a normal one, you deal 2 to the target, and deal 1 additional 1 on a surge to the target. Therefore, not only does it make less sense numbers-wise to do that, it also means that you can't do that, because you would have to choose Huck. No? Chuck. You're able to use any objects to ball, even if it is not rounded or spherical. You'd have to take the not round or spherical person, pick them up and throw them. But even then, it still wouldn't deal that much damage. It would still deal less damage than just throwing something at them. Man, that makes you want to try out Cane more? You should. Miku could. Enemies are too aggressive. They're Kiki. They aren't a ball. Exactly. Well, no, so remember, the Boba Kiki, that is just for non-physical concepts, right? So for instance, joy, family, rain clouds, balls. Anger, betrayal, sunshine, clearly not balls. Hugs, curiosity, the sense of touch, balls. Handstands, mathematics, the sense of sight, not balls. Those are all non-physical like concepts. And the concept of a handstand is not a physical concept. That is an action you can take, just like a hug is a non-physical concept, right? I don't know, maybe it's just me dating myself, but I could deal with terrible CRTV, a Super NES with 3 games, and a thing of terrible lemonade mix. Heidi, I would love that. I actually have very fond memories of growing up. We had a furnished basement. So it had like the carpet on the floor. And that was also like our game room / media center, where like all of our games, all of their toys, all of like the entertainment was down there. So growing up, I didn't have a PC. I didn't have a phone. We had the family computer, and we had the media center in the basement. So I spent most of my days like locked in my basement, trying to burst out and be like, help, please, they're not feeding me. And then people would be like, are you okay? And I'd be like, haha, that's so funny, isn't it? And they'd be like, no. So anyway, I grew up like playing the N64. I loved playing the GameCube. Eventually, like the Wii was down there. And like, it was so much fun being down there. And like, I would make that like terrible lemonade mix. And I would have it as I'm like playing on the GameCube. And like this would just be like how I spent my day. And I specifically, I have very fond memories. I have very fond memories of my mother would insist that we would have a cleaner clean through the house. So once the basement was done, I would hide out in the basement as all of the other rooms were being cleaned. And there was a couple times where my father would pick up McDonald's And like a core memory that I have is being in my basement with my father and I think only one of my two siblings, like eating McDonald's and like playing video games as we wait for the rest of the house to be opened up. And like this is like I love this, right? But just generally like being locked in a basement with like terrible lemonade and like old school games. I love that kind of stuff. Now the main thing is it depends on what the games are, right? If it's like the SNES and you're stuck with like Earthworm Jim, the TMNT game, and like Mario Kart, I feel like that would get kind of tired really quickly because you have like platformer, super difficult beat 'em up, and then like party game. I feel like if you had like, okay, if you had like an old school console, PS1, SNES, NES, Atari, whatever it might be, you only choose like 3 games from it. What would you choose? Because I feel like what you'd want is you want, assuming that you have access to other people, you'd want one party game, Super Smash Bros, Mario Kart, Mario Party, one of those type of games you can play with multiple people. You would want one just like fun pick it up game, i.e. like Mortal Kombat or like the sort of games that you can just like pick up, put out, like Streets of Rage comes to mind, like Street Fighter. I'm thinking fighting games for whatever reason. I think because of like the side scrolling. And then one, I think like story game. Am I crazy for saying that you would want like a Mario Party style game, like a Mortal Kombat style game, and like a Final Fantasy style game? Like, I don't know. Arrow, are you like 38? No. Or maybe. Who knows? You get Flavor Aid and Mars Needs Mom to tie. Oh my gosh. No, not the tie-in video games. Rogue Squadron is a movie tie-in game? What the frick? Turns out Arrow bases Exos just on their own childhood. I mean, a little bit. What I will say is that I have a great nostalgia for the 2000s. And that's why instead of cassettes, I have like CDs in my era of Kane. I have a PS2 was featured in there instead of like a PS1 or like an SNES kind of deal. Like I'm like, I think I'm a bit younger than Tom Bloom. I actually have no idea how old Tom Bloom is. But I think he has a fondness and nostalgia for like the 90s. And maybe even a bit earlier. So that's why everything is cassettes with him. That's why he'll reference like a PS1. That doesn't work. I think I'm a little bit younger than him, so I have a little bit later nostalgia. Tom Bloom does have child bloom. He is a dad. He has 2 child blooms. I did not realize there's more than just Sun Bloom. He has Sun Bloom, who is like 4-ish, right? And I think that he also has a younger child. He is 2 times Father Bloom. Any change in opinion on solo games? Not all of them are journaling. Last time I asked, you treated it like they're all journaling games, and I said, I'll need it because I can make stuff up myself. Yeah, so I actually have had a minor change in how I think about solo games. Not because I've played solo games since, but because I've seen other ones that are more interesting to me. And there was one which I'm so sad about. Someone wanted to send me a solo TTRPG, and I was looking forward to playing it on stream because I think it would be really fun. My issue is that they would have to send it to me via person, and I couldn't give them my address. And I was trying to work with them, like, hey, could you do this through like Throne? Could you do this through like another site? And like, nah, sorry, I would have to send it direct. I'm like, I'm not sending my address out to like a random dev, sorry. And so like I had to pass up on that, which I was really sad about because the game seemed really cool. I'm not gonna say what it was because I don't want to like talk bad about it. Man Alone, I'm unaware. But there was another dev who like reached out to me about that. Solo TTRPGs I think can be fun, But like, my point still stands. Why would I do that when I can do something else? Why when I can write? Like, you know, I'm not big on writing prompts. I like to just do my own thing. I have my own ideas. So I don't need a TTRPG to prompt me to get the juices running, pick up the momentum. I have other stuff I'm working on. And then obviously I'm busy a bunch of time. So I don't have much of a impetus to check out most solo TTRPGs. No shame towards anyone who does enjoy them. And I didn't mean to imply shame earlier, but that's just kind of how it is. Have I read the Locked Tomb series? I'm unfamiliar with what that is. How's the old monitor doing? Is it dead, or just working weird? Found the right place to probably discard, recycle it. So, for those of you who don't know, my monitor, I'm editing on like Saturday. My monitor glitches out. No idea why. It like freezes. It starts flickering. There's green. There's pink. There is the boxes of doom, and I have no idea what's going on. I try restarting my computer. I try restarting my monitor by pulling the power and putting the power back in. Nothing works. My computer is working with my other monitor, so I know it's the monitor. Might be the cable, probably the monitor. Get a new monitor. Set that up yesterday. New monitor, 27 inches. I think it's like 3820 by like 2480. Huge. Biggin. When I was setting it up, I was making noises I would get banned off YouTube by making because it was so like unwieldy and unmanageable that I'm like trying to set it up. My other monitor is about 5 feet behind me. I took off its stand. I took off its rest. And now the screen is there, and I need to figure out a place to toss it. Because I would love to just like sell it for parts, but I have no idea if I can do that. I need to figure out a place to recycle it. And so that's probably what I need to do. Not right now, but arrow giggling? No, not arrow giggling. Arrow like making noises of exertion to the extent that as my roommate was walking by me, I said, "I'm so sorry you have to hear this." And they said, "Don't worry, I've heard you make worse noises." Because I'm absolutely the sort to just like make noises of exertion when I'm attempting to move something. Glad to see you're a bit more open to it. Yeah. There are non-writing solo games, which is why you can just do something like dungeon crawls. I mean, like, I've played like solo board games. One of my favorite solo board games is actually the Dark Souls board game. I think it works very well as a solo board game. But just generally, like, board games tend to be more of a social experience. Solo TTRPGs tend to be more of a social experience. I just prefer those things with friends, even though I understand the impetus to be like, I wish I could do this by myself. You know, just because like when I don't have people available, I would like to be able to play TTRPG. But at my point, I don't have that impetus anymore because I have other stuff that I'm doing when I'm alone. Like, for instance, editing. What is the best places for your work and like which subscription? YouTube, Twitch, Patreon supports you with the least taxation. The best spot to support me, I believe, is Patreon. Yeah. But like, I think that the actual worst spot to do it is YouTube subs or YouTube members. But obviously, like it still supports me. It still helps me. And then I think Twitch is somewhere in the middle. Throne actually is pretty good. So if you want to get me anything, either gift wise or just donations, I think Throne is a way you can do that. And I have considered, and I don't know how I can, I mean, I might be able to, I've seen other people set up goals on Throne, and I might be able to set up like goals where, for instance, I could do like X dollary dues for a new model kind of deal. I could make it pay to win. I could make it, okay, we didn't hit 100K by the end of the year. All right, no girl for him. However, if you pay $5,000 collectively, I will do girl for him. That would be funny. Yeah, so Patreon, generally the best spot. It's consistent. It is just in the background. I don't think that it has as much of taxation as the others. But all places are useful and helpful. Eternal Ruins? I don't know what you mean by that. So anyway, that has been 5 hours, 5.5 if you count the first stream. Thank you so much for swinging by. I appreciate it. Tomorrow's gonna be a Lancer video. Friday is gonna be another TTRPG VOD. I mean, this one I won't be timed on, hopefully. We're gonna do the bye wave. If you just say sayonara or you say goodbye, I will say goodbye to you, whether you are a VOD watcher in the comments or you are a chatter or you are a lurker. But yeah, be on the lookout. Big stuff coming next week. Tuesday, September 1st. It's gonna be a big thing. It's gonna be a big one. I might actually no, I'm gonna be doing a video. Yeah, so I'll do a video on Tuesday. Actually, I might just stream on Tuesday instead of Wednesday. Yeah, because that's the 1st. So I'll probably stream next Tuesday, and Wednesday will be the video. Anyway, that's enough of me thinking things to myself. Take care of yourselves all. Thank you for swinging by. Goodbye, Bee and Melancholic and Coyd and Wander and Shade and Farrell and Matt and everyone else, and Licorice and Badwrong and Haiti and Mello and everyone else who is watching. I might be able to do Discord stream. I don't know. I'll probably be editing. Thank you so much, Pig Night, and have a lovely day, night, evening, afternoon, whenever, and take care of yourself. Bye-bye.